Sorry.
When you start talking, I'll press the button.
Yeah, but wait a bit. No, thank you so much, Vasu. Your introduction was not as generous as I expected, but anyway, I can't expect more from you. And let me also thank IGAD and Executive Secretary Workner for the invitation. I believe this is really a timely and important conversation. I think many people said it yesterday and probably would repeat it today. We are meeting at a moment when peace and security challenges across Africa are particularly acute. We have seen crises before in Africa, but I think we all sense that today's context is a bit different. Across the continent, conflicts are multiplying and overlapping. Most are internal, but often with regional and sometimes extra-regional dimensions. Others are interstate. Together, they complicate efforts towards sustainable development and economic integration. We are also seeing growing external involvement in African conflicts in a context of intensifying geopolitical competition among both major and middle powers. And this is narrowing the space for African institutions to lead. There is also, frankly, and I think the point was somehow made yesterday, a crisis of Pan-African solidarity. And I think Sudan is a case in point. And there is a crisis of confidence in our own institutions. More and more parties seek mediation outside the continent, and processes led from foreign capitals are shaping outcomes. A clear departure from earlier African-led efforts where we heard of the Sodore process, Ethiopia and Somalia, Arta process, Djibouti, Machakos, here in Kenya on South Sudan. Today we hear Washington, Doha, and so on. And all of this is happening against a backdrop of weakening multilateralism. A Security Council that is often paralyzed or bypassed, competing frameworks, including the Board of Peace, and more frequent violations of international law. And I believe that in this context, as Africans, we need to get our house in order, and that cannot be overemphasized. And that starts with silencing the guns. And one of the most important tools we have is mediation. It is politically powerful, it's low cost, and when used early, it is often the most effective tool. And yet, it remains underutilized and sometimes poorly structured. And that's why I believe this meeting matters, and the IGAD should be commended for having convened it. Now, I have been asked to reflect on the AU's mediation experience and what lessons it offers IGAD. To do that, I will briefly go through what was done at continental level from the OU time to AU, but of course I try to do it very briefly. And then I will dwell a bit more on lessons that IGAD can take from that AU experience. And let me start with the earlier efforts at the OAU, the Organization for African Unity, created in May 1963 in Addis Ababa. From the outset, the OU Charter emphasized peaceful settlement of disputes, and a protocol was adopted to that effect in Cairo in July 1964. In practice, however, the protocol never took off. The mechanisms were too rigid. I could explain maybe later in details during the interaction. And the organization had already to address conflicts that had broken before even the adoption of the protocol. The Algeria-Morocco conflict, and you remember the OAU set up an ad hoc committee led by Emperor Haile Selassie. So mediation was developed in a more political and flexible way through ad hoc committees of head of states, appointment of eminent personalities, or the Assembly of Head of States itself, which played an important role in stabilizing the overall situation through the adoptions of principles aimed at governing inter-African relations, including the inviolability of borders inherited from the colonial period. And this allowed for pragmatic diplomacy, but it was largely reactive and very weak on prevention. Importantly, there were no real peace operations, despite early ideas like former President Nkrumah's proposal on an African High Command. Now, fast forward. In the early 90s, in the context of the end of the Cold War and changes within Africa and outside Africa, there were efforts led by then Secretary General Salim Ahmed Salim through a seminar report called Report on Fundamental Changes Taking Place in the World and Their Implications for Africa, Proposals for an African Action, that led to the adoption of a declaration on the same, and based on that, efforts were made which led to the adoption in June 1993 in Cairo of an OU mechanism for conflict prevention, management, and resolution. It was the first time ever that the organization came up with a dedicated body to deal with peace and security issues. Until then, those issues were dealt by the Council of Ministers, the predecessors of today's Executive Council, and the Assembly of Heads of States and Government. And the adoption of the protocol, I think, brought three shifts. One, a strong emphasis on prevention and mediation. Two, the establishment of a standing body called the Central Organ to ensure continuity in efforts to promote peace and security. They would meet at ambassador, at ministerial, and at head of states level. And three, the first time the OU formally recognized the role of regional organizations in peace and security. And this made the OU more active at that period. We saw it in Rwanda, unfortunately, effort that did not prevent the genocide against the Tutsi. We saw it in Burundi in the mid-90s. We saw it in Comoros between 1997 and 2001. We saw it in DRC during the first war, the first Congolese war, 1998. And 1997, and then the second Congo War, 1998. And we saw it in the conflict between Ethiopia and Eritrea, where the OAU led through first an ad hoc committee chaired by President Compaoré of Burkina Faso, and then Algeria, but working very closely with the OAU General Secretary. And these efforts combined mediation with the deployment of limited military observer missions. But they were important limitations: weak capacity, sovereignty concerns. Member states would just say, issue A concerning me won't be discussed, and then insufficient procedures. And one of them, because we are in the Horn, so it's related to Sudan, at that time, you would remember, war was raging in what was called Southern Sudan, and the central organ was an open-ended body, means any member states of the OU could participate. And we were never able to have a true discussion on Sudan simply because the Sudan ambassador would show up at every meeting of the central organ. And of course, because of his presence, member states were reluctant to discuss the issue at depth. So we tried to learn from it. And when the African Union was launched, the Constitutive Act was adopted in Lomé in July 2000, a process was started to come up with a new mechanism for conflict prevention and resolution. And the African Union built on the experience of the OAU and came up with a more structured system. At its center is the Peace and Security Council, made up of 15 member states that are elected based on certain criteria, in practical terms, a bit more complicated. And two features are particularly important for mediation. One, it was agreed, and it is in the PSC protocol, that no member states can block discussion of an issue. Means if I'm facing a challenge and the Commission or another member states want the issue to be discussed, the country concerned cannot say this issue cannot be discussed because it's an internal issue. And second, and that was a direct lesson from the Sudan experience I referred to earlier, parties to a conflict, even if they are members of the PSC, cannot take part in the related deliberations. And this was meant to strengthen credibility and reduce political obstruction. Over time, Especially during its first decade and a half of existence, the AU also developed a set of practical mediation tools that are worth highlighting because they speak directly to how Africa can assert leadership in mediating its own conflicts. I would like to briefly go through 3 of them and then proceed with the second part of my presentation on the lessons that IGAD can draw from the AU experience. The first tool, which was used quite extensively, was what I would call framework communiques. And these are structured political roadmaps. In situations of deadlock or escalation, the PSC sets out in a single authoritative document what needs to happen, by whom, in what seconds, and within what time frame. And it also anchors those steps in agreed continental principles. So a framework communique does 3 things at once. It clarifies the path forward, reducing ambiguity. It sets political boundaries, signaling what is acceptable and what is not. And it limits room for maneuver, making it harder for parties to delay or backtrack. In effect, it reshapes negotiations before negotiations even begin. And the 24 April 2012 communique on the tensions between Sudan and South Sudan after what happened in Hegleg, for those who followed the event at that time, is a good example. What the AUPAC did then was to lay out a full sequence of steps on security, on oil, on border. And later on, that communique was sent to the Security Council for endorsement, and when it endorsed it, it was a copy-paste of the AU communique. It reinforced the African-defined process, giving additional weight to what Africans were doing without taking away ownership. The second mechanism that was widely used in the first decade and a half of the AU was the establishment of high-level ad hoc mechanisms, panels or committees made up of current or former head of states or other eminent personalities. Again, at first glance, they may look like familiar diplomatic tools, but in practice, they serve very specific purposes. They bring political weight. When you have a panel made up of former or sitting president, when they engage, they open doors that are often closed to envoys at lower level, or even to the AU Commission. Second, and relatedly, they provide direct access to decision makers, allowing engagement at the highest level where real decisions are made. And more importantly, when you compare it to what's going on today in mediation in Africa, they allow the AU to shape the agenda early, before positions harden and before external actors define the terms of engagement. They also, and I have seen it firsthand, allow the AU Commission, give the AU Commission some room for maneuver. We could literally pull the string behind, influence the process without, and really be engaged in sensitive issues, but working through the high-level envoys. And we hide behind them so that we are not directly exposed to political pushback from member states. And I have really seen it firsthand in Sudan with President Beki when he was the chair of the AU high-level panel on Darfur and subsequently the chair of the AU high-level implementation panel on Sudan. And the work he did, I should say, no one in the Commission could have done it. Neither the chairperson nor the commissioner. Only him, because of the authority he commands, was able to do it. And often one thing that many people don't know is that, when people speak about Sudan, you may have at times the feeling that the AU was not firm or truthful to the Sudanese. What many people don't know are really the interactions that President Beki had with Bashir and other stakeholders involved. And what he told them, no one else would have been able to say it. And the respect he commanded from partners, no one else within the Commission, we have to be humble, would have been able to command that level of respect. So it is important to make use of those personalities. The third tool that was widely used during the first decade and a half was the establishment of international contact groups. They were put in place quasi-systematically. And they responded to a very practical challenge. In most African conflicts, as we see today, there are multiple external actors, often pursuing their own initiatives. And without coordination, this leads to fragmentation, parallel processes, mixed signals, and sometimes outright competition. And what was meant with the contact groups was to bring all key actors into a single structure space. AU, regional organizations, neighboring states, the UN, major powers, and other relevant partners. And the objective was simple: align efforts early, avoid duplication, and assert African leadership. Because the AU may have the legitimacy, but we don't have the leverage. But if you don't bring those actors together and our leadership, they will end up doing their own things. But there is a deeper effect. By convening these actors and an AU or AU-linked framework, the AU was able to shape the overall narrative and increase the political cost of bypassing African-led processes. When you have a framework where you call all the major powers, it makes it more difficult for them later on to go do their own stuff. They will always do, but the diplomatic costs become higher. Now, these groups were used in Guinea, Madagascar, Central African Republic, and at some point, Sudan. We had a consultative forum, and they were tried in other situations as well. Now, none of this is to suggest that the period I'm referring to, 15 years after the creation of the AU, was without challenge. Absolutely not, and I could list an endless challenges. And as we can see today, our continental organization and other African institutions are struggling to assert leadership on peace and security issues. But the point I'm making is simply that Africa has led before, and as we confront current challenges, there is value in learning from that experience. So, and that brings me to my second and last part. What does all this mean for IGAD? I have 9 recommendations for IGAD. Bear with me, I'll go quickly. And I'm trying to be action-oriented and detailed-oriented. Now, first recommendation, and I'll start with a simple but important point. IGAD is not the AU, and it should not try to replicate it. It operates in a very different environment. Smaller membership, many of whose members are directly involved in the same crisis or are themselves facing domestic challenges, and a very high concentration of conflicts in one region. We face many conflicts in Africa, but many of them are concentrated in this region. And that combination, small membership, high concentration of conflicts, makes mediation more complex and, of course, more necessary. But it also means that some of the tools used by the AU, like the ad hoc high-level committees, are simply harder to replicate in this region. When your pool of member states is limited, and many are facing crisis at home or are seen as parties to the same crisis, it becomes difficult to identify actors who are both neutral and carry sufficient political weight. Similarly, IGAD should not seek to replicate the AU's extensive normative and institutional framework on peace, security, and governance. That framework emerged under very specific conditions in the 90s and the years 2000. And these conditions are unlikely to be reproduced today. More importantly, duplication is unnecessary. IGAD member states are already members of the AU and are bound by its instruments. The priority for IGAD should therefore be to promote more consistent follow-up and effective implementation of these existing commitments across the region. So IGAD has to be more pragmatic, more focused, and more strategic in how it uses what it has. Second, IGAD should prioritize mediation and prevention. I know that's the purpose of this meeting, but I'm emphasizing it because when you look at the landscape in Africa, there is always this temptation to believe that every issue in Africa can be resolved through peace enforcement. I addressed the Peace and Security Council of the AU the day before yesterday, and my message to them as someone who was Assistant Secretary General for Peacekeeping and who led MINUSMA in a context that is extremely challenging, there is no single political issue that can be resolved through military means. Dialogue is an absolute necessity. And I know in the past, IGAD attempted to deploy mission Somalia with IGASOM. And my point here, even though that temptation may not exist today, is to say that peace enforcement, peace support operations are large-scale, extremely resource and logistic intensive, and they absorb huge amount of time and attention and political capital, often at the expense of more feasible non-military tools. So prioritize mediation and prevention and stay the course. We have seen this in the AU own experience, and I was involved in all the AU operations that were launched from the launch of the PSC, and I can tell you, we just don't have the capacity to carry out these operations. And we can see what the AU is facing with the chronic underfunding of its mission there. IGAD comparative advantage lies elsewhere, and the same applies to AU: early engagement, political facilitation, and proximity to the parties. That is where it can make the most difference. Third, IGAD should not be constrained by the perceived lack of resources or political will. I repeat, IGAD should not be constrained by the perceived lack of resources or political will. Of course, we'll all agree, a minimum level of resources is necessary. You cannot deploy mediators, you cannot convene parties, sustain engagement, or even convene a meeting such as this one without some operational means. There is no doubt about it. But, and from my own experience, both at the, I would say especially at the AU, in practice, mediation is driven by something else: initiative, creativity, and agility, and the constant search for openings. Those are the most important tools, resources a mediator has. And the same applies to political will. Often when processes stall, especially like is the case in Sudan, but I could list a number of other crises in Africa, the default explanation by many of our bureaucracies is to say, oh, there is no political will. Yes, that could be true. But the reality is that political will rarely exists in vacuum. It has to be generated, it has to be encouraged, it has to be sustained, and there are ways of doing it. Now, and this is where I believe the IGAD Secretariat has a critical role to play, engaging member states early and consistently. Never get discouraged. Consistently, never relent. And I'm someone who believes in performance diplomacy, what I call performance diplomacy. It means people have to see you acting, even if it leads to nowhere. If they cannot credit you for result, they will credit you for trying. Never, never, ever relent. Building coalitions around sensitive issues, it is possible. And creating conditions in which states feel both able and compelled to act. 4, IGAD should fully use the good offices of the Executive Secretary. One of the most effective tools in mediation is not always visible. It is a quiet, sustained engagement. And this involves regular contact with leaders, early outreach before positions harden, and discreet diplomacy that keeps channels open even when the formal process stalls. And I think IGAD is lucky to have former Minister Workner as Executive Secretary. He has connections with all the head of states and the leaders of the region, and that should be used to its fullest. 5th, IGAD should use itself more deliberately as a platform for dialogue. Sometimes the most important role of a regional organization like the AU, IGAD, and others is simply to bring people into the same room. Not necessarily to reach immediate agreement, but to build trust and keep communication alive. IGAD can structure regular discussions on key regional peace and security issues such as borders, good neighborliness and non-subversion, governance, democracy, justice, and reconciliation. And importantly, this should not be done in isolation. IGAD should anchor these discussions in existing AU normative frameworks, whether on governance, peace and security, economic integration to which its member states have already subscribed. And in that sense, IGAD's role is not to create new obligations. Never go to member states to give them the impression you're creating new obligations, but just to help translate continental commitments into practical regional action. Always go there to remind them what they have already committed themselves to, and tell them, I'm here to help you implement what you have already agreed to. And believe me, when you go through the AU normative and policy framework, there is no single issue, I say there is no single issue over which African leaders have not made pronouncement. Our challenge is implementation. And the role of our organization is to focus on implementation, not on this endless refinement of instruments, new protocols, new instruments, completely useless work. Implement what exists. If you implement 10% of what we already have, believe me, the face of this continent would change. 6, IGAD should more deliberately link peace and economic integration. Peace processes are often discussed in political and security terms, but they can be strengthened significantly by highlighting the economic incentives for cooperation, shared infrastructure, energy, very relevant in this region, connectivity, trade, access to ports, regional corridors. IGAD, working with the AU and relevant United Nations agencies, could convene more regular discussions around these issues. And again, the idea is not to reach agreements, just get people to discuss issues so they can see the benefit of cooperation and the cost of war. And the objective, again, as I said, is to increase awareness of mutual gain and over time to deepen interdependence in a way that makes conflict more costly and less attractive. 7, IGAD could also consider convening in due course a regional conference on security, stability, development, and cooperation in the Horn of Africa. This would build on earlier AU initiatives, particularly the process that was launched in the 90s under President Obasanjo, and later endorsed by the AU in 2000 in Lomé and then in 2002 in Durban, South Africa, itself inspired by the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe called the Helsinki Process. And the idea would be to create a structured space for dialogue across a number of thematic areas, what were called calabashes in the Africanized version of the Helsinki basket. In the CSC process, they refer to baskets, referring to a set of issues. In the CSS DCA and the President Obasanjo, they refer to calabashes. There are 4 on security, stability, development, and cooperation. And such a conference can also build on AU decisions, because in 2009, if my memory serves me well, at the AU special session on the consideration and resolution of conflicts in Africa, which was held in Tripoli in August 2009, the idea of a regional conference on security, stability, development, and cooperation in the Horn was endorsed by the AU head of state. So you can build on that. Now, such a conference would have 2 segments. One bringing together countries of the Horn, and another one including external partners, Gulf countries, the permanent members of the Security Council, and others. And the objective would be simple but important, to align external engagement with African priorities and frameworks, and to ensure that regional issues are discussed in a coherent, inclusive setting. Even where bilateral relations are strained, such platforms allow countries to engage indirectly to discuss the same issue in the same room, which over time can help ease tensions and reopen channels for dialogue. 8, IGAD should manage the issue of neutrality pragmatically. In this region, because of the number of crises and conflicts, truly neutral mediators are not always easy to find. So IGAD cannot rely exclusively on internal political resources. It has to be flexible, and this means working closely with the AU and the UN, bringing in external facilitators where necessary. Finally, IGAD should invest in light but credible mediation support capacity. It doesn't need to be large, very small, but you need a core set of capabilities, strong political analysis, the ability to design and manage mediation processes, and a small professional support team. Even A lean capacity, if it is well targeted, can significantly improve outcomes. And let me end with one simple point. Prevention and mediation work best when political leadership, flexibility, and just enough institutional support come together. IGAD has already proximity to conflicts, access to leaders, and regional legitimacy. The challenge is to use these assets more strategically, more consistently, and earlier. And this brings me to a point raised yesterday by Muriti from the International Crisis Group, who questioned the principle of African solutions to African problems. Abdul addressed it in the course of yesterday's deliberation. I would like to briefly build on that, because I strongly believe in African solutions.
In 1 minute.
In 1 minute, and even more so today than ever before. Because the principle is often misunderstood. It is sometimes dismissed on the ground that African institutions do not always act decisively. And from there comes the argument, if Africa does not lead effectively, why should others not step in? But I believe that misses the point. African solutions are not about excluding others. They have never been about excluding others. African solutions are about, as Abdul said yesterday, ensuring that Africans define the problem first, based on our own history, our context, and our realities. Otherwise, if you don't define the problem, solutions will reflect external priorities. And this was the strength of the AU high-level panel on Darfur, led by former President Mbeki. It listened first, and from that came a more nuanced understanding of a complex crisis in Darfur. And Mahmoud Mamdani, who was also part of the AU Commission of Inquiry on South Sudan, argued that African solution is above all a contextual one, a solution based on context, not a ready-made solution that is imposed on people. And there is also a broader point. Solutions negotiated outside the continent can erode confidence in Africa's own capacity. No society in history, I haven't seen a single example, no society in history develops through external prescriptions. Progress comes from confronting challenges, learning, and adapting, especially for a continent that has been shaped by a long history of external domination, from enslavement to colonialism. So rather than dismissing the principle of African solutions to African problems, we should use it to hold ourselves, our institutions, and our leaders to higher standards. I fully understand the desperation of those caught in conflicts, like our Sudanese brothers and sisters, to seek solutions wherever they can. But ultimately, nothing durable can be achieved without ownership. I thank you for your kind attention.
One, how many minutes did you think you took?
23.
20. You are almost there. You know why I ask him? Because when you stand here and you speak for 20 minutes, to you it looks like 5 minutes. This is always the case. 32 minutes and 49 seconds. But I did not stop you because you were making very important points and you bring a long history. And the point you made on peacekeeping, which I think must be taken very seriously, Executive Secretary, IGAD is not in a position to field a peacekeeping mission. I've heard one say this many times, even about the AU. He said the AU should not field peacekeeping missions. This is after spending 20-odd years in the AU, then going to the UN as Assistant Secretary General on peacekeeping, and then going to a very difficult mission in Mali, which he headed. So he knows what he's talking about, despite the fact that there is also no appetite or resources at the UN level or global level to deploy African peacekeeping missions. The danger for us, of course, if we don't find a solution, we are being inundated across the continent with private military companies. They will replace and fill that gap if we don't watch out. So I think that point one is very well taken, and I'm glad you covered the African solutions. I must say, we say African solutions to African challenges, not problems. The concepts are very different, problems and challenges. We have challenges. But you know, if we as Africans, let me leave our European friends now. If we as Africans belittle it, criticize it, ridicule it, this concept, we will be ourselves ensuring the erosion of our own agency. African solutions to African challenges is about our agency. And we must be the first to explain it and to defend it. It is something that I've heard on many platforms ridiculed everywhere. But make no mistake, we must be the first to defend it, and we must be able to explain it. So I hope we will have even maybe a session on that thing. Now, I bring another old hand. David, I've known him for many, very quiet. You know, he's worked in the background with the think tanks and in the African Union. One of our key intellectual thinkers on the continent. I have great respect for his intellect. Every time we sit down and talk, he's a good listener, but then comes with very clear, decisive points, with enormous practical experience. An academic with no practical experience is just a knowledgeable person. But an academic with a practical experience, this is somebody who can apply what they're doing. So, David, it's my pleasure to have you speak. Now, one took a lot of your time, but I will give you the floor.
Thank you, Vasu. I also wish to thank IGAD and Dr. Orkano for this invitation, and happy to contribute the limited experience I have following the EU mediation efforts in Sudan. Of course, unlike one, the task I was given is relatively narrow, and would like to reflect on the EU mediation efforts on Sudan with particular focus on method, process, and lessons learned. I think the lessons learned part is ironic, precisely because after having seen EU mediation for over 2 decades, some of them successful and others less so, I cannot but be disappointed by the state of EU mediation efforts in the current conflict in Sudan. Yesterday, the EU ambassador, I think, characterized EU's role in the Sudan peace process as that of facilitation. I think it's more than that. The EU mediation, I think, for the last 2 decades, have been guided by not only mediating all these various conflicts, but providing leadership. And by bringing scattered mediation tracks under one umbrella, and of course, in the current Sudan conflict, these scattered umbrellas are serving different purposes, even after the EU attempts to organize this scattered mediation effort under the expanded mechanism in 2023. These mediation tracks continue to work simultaneously without any coordination. I think I could be wrong on this. The last time the expanded mechanism convened was in 2024. That was 2 years ago. So providing leadership has always been a central tenet of EU mediation. I cannot conceive of a situation where Chairperson Konare or under Dlamini Zuma, EU leaders would travel all the way to Washington just to witness an American mediation conflict. That would never happen. I think context is important, and this is where we are now. It's again this background that I thought reflecting what the EU did and how successfully it negotiated in the past becomes important. So in framing the EU mediation process, my main argument would be that the current conflict in Sudan, the EU had abrogated its continental responsibility to provide leadership in undertaking the Sudan mediation. Here, of course, we don't have to reinvent the mediation wheel. Certainly, we have quite few successful cases in our mediation toolkits to draw from. Looking at the CPA negotiations, for example, although the EU played only a supporting role, the fact that regional organization at the time, when the whole international community wanted to be part of that protracted CPA process, part of that protracted process is an important lesson that we need to learn from. Of course, there is always that tension that to what extent external actors, partners need to be involved in EU mediation. I think external partners are absolutely important and in fact indispensable in the mediation process. They involved with partners in all its mediations, be it the Darfur talks in Abuja, CERT, or Addis. I think Ambassador Peka would remember that the Darfurian rebels would refuse to participate in mediation talks unless their weekly allowance is paid every Friday. So partners' support is absolutely essential. What is necessary, in fact, this is also one lesson that we can learn from the CPA process, is the sole mediator at the time, Gerald Sumbeyo, did not prevent the international community from participating in the process, including the Troika, but he managed it in such a way that there was no room for external interference. In fact, he used the leverage of each of the partners to pressure SPLM at a time, and then the government at different times to extract concession. So what my point is that the participation of external partners must be a managed process. And of course, we cannot imagine a mediation with several separate parallel tracks to conclude a protracted process like the CPA. So looking at the current EU, this is an important perspective to reflect on. And the fact that the EU failed to mediate the current conflict in Sudan is very central, and examining the reasons are equally important. I don't know if any of us ever remember a mediation process so balkanized as the current mediation on Sudan is. My view is that the EU's marginalization in the current conflict is internally driven, and EU's own strategic errors, organizational incoherence, and political indecision greatly contributed to this. So we all agree, and the discussion yesterday reflected these points, that the EU mediation in the past, for example, I think one discussed it quite extensively earlier, under the EUHIP in Darfur and subsequently on Sudan, has been successful to the extent that it identified the problem, organized an all-inclusive conference to debate the issues, and provide a roadmap. There was a number of reasons why, at the end, the panel's recommendation during the Darfur talks, the panel's recommendation or the roadmap faltered as the Bashir regime refused to implement the roadmap, including the national dialogue. I want to come back to the same point again. The very reason it was successful was precisely because it identifies the problem correctly. The UHIP did not look at Darfur, Abyei, or Blue Nile in isolation, but rather looked at them as symptoms of a deeper governance failures requiring all-inclusive consultations with all the stakeholders, and its solutions generated from that inquiry. But looking at the EU effort currently, we can confidently say that the post-2023 EU did not learn any lesson from that history. Instead of organizing an all-inclusive political process, the current EU had outsourced the mediation to external actors with competing geopolitical interests. The narrow focus on humanitarian ceasefire and external coordination preferred by the external actors, while a worthy objective, lacked a political process. So in my view, unlike the IGAD of 2005, the EU has surrendered its mediation leadership of the process from the outset and allowed Jeddah track to proceed without linking the EU-led political framework. Currently, the EU continues to be set with political indecisions, and the various AUC and PAC communiques on Sudan reflect this adequately. An important lesson we can draw from the CPA process is also how effectively the EU-REX mechanism worked at the time. As we all know, while the EU-REX mechanism is an important coordination structure, providing us with the subsidiarity provision, that is the provision that allow REX to lead mediation in their respective region. This same provision proved to be difficult lately as it allows REX almost a veto power on mediations. So the question is how we can harmonize the subsidiarity provision with EU's continental authority in instances where these two clash. The 2015 mediation on South Sudan, for example, faced difficulty and protracted negotiation because the EU was reluctant to intervene in the process, even when it was evident that disputes among IGAD member states became an obstacle. In my view, although they can require some study and reflection, would it be possible, for example, this is a discussion for the floor, would it be possible to give an EU an override mechanism in a situation where a REC mediation does not contribute positively? If the EU had taken the 2015 South Sudan peace process, would that have helped the situation? I think this can be argued, and there is no conclusive answer to that. Another question I would like to ponder for discussion is to what extent the AUC leadership is interacting with the military leaders with SAF and RSF. In the course of the last 3 years, how many times did the Commission have met with the respective leaders? If not, why not? Probably the EU ambassador is here. You would enlighten us on that. I'm raising this issue because it would become almost impossible to resolve this empty chair problem in mediations without actually addressing this issue. I think, to my knowledge, the EU UCG provision does not prevent Commission members to interact with co-leaders who are under suspension. In fact, from my recollection, panel members mediating on Egypt, for example, used to regularly meet with all Egyptian officials, including the president, several times, even while they were under suspension. So why there is a hesitation from doing this now, I'm not sure. So the last point I would like to touch on is exactly how to recalibrate EU's current state of mediation and make it credible. I suggest 3 options, operational shifts to do that. I think the first one would be, as a matter of principle, for the African Union to withdraw from ineffective mediation tracks, current ineffective mediation tracks that reject an EU-led political framework. That is organizational premise. I think we need to uphold it. Number 2, the EU also needs to condition its engagement on a defined political framework and timeline. Sorry. In other words, we should not allow indefinite negotiations the African Union to engage in order to expedite this mediation process. The third point would be to appoint a dedicated and credible long-term mediator or special envoy for Sudan, instead of keeping rotating members of high-level panels that would be free from daily political pressures and oversights. Having said this, I think there is also a need for internal reforms, including within the EU. One would be, instead of relying on a rotating PAC membership, it's important to establish a permanent Sudan subcommittee. Second one will be to establish a competent Sudan desk within the department. This is a good beginning. That is always a complaint that UN colleagues and others not having their counterparts at the AU. So establishing a competent Sudan desk within the department would be important. And last, I think providing long-term funding beyond annual budget and donor conditions would be essential. I don't think these are lofty and unrealistic objectives in my view, and they are doable and within the financial capabilities of the Commission. But what is lacking is the political will and determination by the Commission leadership and member states that Sudan crisis is the same as the many crises we have dealt with in the past. It is much, much worse. So our final takeaway from this should be that the fragmentation of the Sudan mediation landscape is not simply an external condition that the EU must The Sudan mediation landscape is not simply an external condition that EU must passively endure. It is rather EU's own strategic choices and failures. That mediation requires asserting leadership, not awaiting it. That coordination without authority is merely consultation. And unless the current EU regains that understanding, its relevance will continue to decline, worsening the crisis it was designed to address. On the basis of the above observations, I would like also to make a couple of recommendations for IGAD. I think one covered quite a few of them, but I think the most important would be to enhance EU-IGAD coordination with clear channels and joint meetings. I think there is already a coordination between IGAD and the EU. It's a matter of enhancing it. The second would be, I think, to appoint a dedicated and experienced mediation team for Sudan within the Executive Secretariat. Probably there may be one, I'm not aware. And lastly, I think it's important to prioritize local and inclusive consultation with all stakeholders and civil society dealing with the Sudan issue. I think these are my contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. 14 minutes and 52 seconds. Well done. There is an important point that David made around subsidiarity. This is an issue that plagues us a lot when it comes to mediation. And there are two issues around that, David. The one issue relates to the fact that few people know that there is no legal relationship between the AU and the REX. The REX exist independently of the AU. So the AU cannot summon the REX to a meeting. The AU has no authority over, one, am I correct, right? You have been there. The AU has no authority over the REX.
I'm afraid you know that we can't talk about that.
And therefore they can't summon them, and therefore there's always this confusion about subsidiarity. The second point is that President Mbeki, when he was president, early in his presidency, always lamented the fact that Africa has too many regional organizations. And there's cross-membership, there's duplication of mandates, etc., etc. And he called for that a long time ago, that there should be a rationalization, because it takes up a lot of resources on the continent, a lot of time. Everybody has to attend meetings. Presidents have to go to this regional meeting, that meeting, that meeting. They end up not doing much else but attending all the meetings. So these are things we need to think about. Now, we have 15 minutes in this session before we move into the next session. I was told to keep very strictly to the time, so I will allow 3 interventions. Khalid, I see your hand. Paul Andy, I see your hand. And there, Nuruddin, I see your hand there. Let us, anybody else has a burning question that I should allow you to? Yes, you have a question here. If you can make it brief, there, that's it, 5 questions, right. Okay, 6. And then I give them the floor to respond. Khalid?
Thank you very much. Just to make my intervention very brief, I think since yesterday we are listening for very valuable intervention and assessment for how the changing global order is undermining the multilaterals. But what was really missing is as well to reflect on how the multilaterals are undermining themselves. And here, just on the lessons learned from the experience of some of the multilaterals on Sudan, I have just quick 3 points. One, the multilaterals in Sudan, especially the African Union, are undermining themselves by just giving up their best currency, which their impartiality, their neutrality. And we see this very clear in the context of Sudan, of some statements and actions coming from the African Union show like it is taking side. And I think this one thing really undermining the role of the AU as a credible mediator in Sudan. The other thing, the second point, as Abdul yesterday said, what is expected from the multilateral, especially the African institution, is to come with the definition of the problem. In the case of Sudan as well, now we are seeing a shifting focus from the definition of the real problem in Sudan to other minor issues like who is the legitimate ruler of Sudan. We see the last Peace and Security Council on Sudan, instead of having in-depth discussion about the depth of the humanitarian crisis in Sudan and how this war must stop now, all of the discussion is about whether Burhan is the legitimate ruler of Sudan or not, and I don't think this is the top priority for the Sudanese. The last point is about how to use, how properly to use the leverage that these multilaterals have. The AU, for example, have a very important leverage, which coming from the issue as well of the suspension of Sudan and how this can be used in a way to bring the different actors to the table. So it is very important to realize what kind of leverage that the AU and IGAD have, what kind of leverage the other middle and superpower have, and how this can create a platform for cooperation between the African institution and the other mediator. Thank you very much.
Paul Andy?
Thank you so much. Thanks to the two AU oldies for these really insightful presentations. One, I would like to come back to a point you made, which I've been thinking about as well. The idea of the suggestion for IGAD to create a conference on security and cooperation in the model of the CSC in Europe, the Helsinki process. I know an example in Africa similar to it, the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, which had actually the Helsinki process as a model. The problem is it became extremely bureaucratized. The conference wanted to become an organization. It's actually trying to become a regional mechanism of the AU. Competition between the different baskets also happens quite fiercely within the ICGLR. And of course, the perennial problem of reliance on external funding. I'm wondering whether the biggest problem of collective security in Africa is not exactly the fact that generally the threat is within the borders and not outside the region. I would like to hear your thought about that.
Neraldine?
It's not. Yeah, thank you very much, Vasu. I'm sure you know what I'm going to talk about. Something you and I have worked on for many years, the Burundi process. And very briefly, I will extract the lessons. I have a lot of things to say. The first lesson that I extract from Burundi is a leadership.
Nerlin, just sit down, then you're closer to the mic.
Yeah. Is a leadership that recognizes the importance of a settlement. I'm referring to Bioya, who led 2 military coups, but finally recognized the importance of a settlement. And, well, you and I have met with him as early as 97, and you know the story. The second thing important is the cohesion of the region. I think the region led by Uganda and Tanzania were, created a kind of right atmosphere for that. The third one is the championship of eminent leaders and sons of Africa, beginning by Mualimu, with whom we have worked on this, Madiba, Mandela, and then Mbeki. That was very important that they have led, and their leadership played a major role in the agreement that took place in Arusha in 2000, as you know. And later on, signing the, 2003, we were together with Mbeki in Pretoria when CNDD was signed, and then later on, 2006, September, when the FNL signed. The third thing, which I think is very important, the role of South Africa. South Africa invested a lot in Burundi, providing, not only political leadership, but also troops that, protecting for the returning, politicians, as you know, and I think that was very important. The fourth point is positive dynamic between the African Union and the UN. Unfortunately, at that time, we had eminent, sons of Africa in the persons of Berhanu Dinka for the UN, and of course, later, Caroline McCaskey, not to forget her role, and Muhammad Uba and the AU side, and they created a very, very positive dynamic that ended finally in the conclusion, on the, I think, successful conclusion of this. So what I'm saying, all these factors put together have contributed to the success in Burundi. Closer to the region, the CPA. Many people do not know how the CPA started. It was Bonaya Godana, who was foreign minister, who started the idea and convinced Moi. Actually, I worked with him closely on that on 2001, July, to go to Khartoum. So what I'm saying, leadership is important for this, and the right momentum and the right timing for solutions, can be very helpful in this subject. Sorry, I have to go to a meeting, but anyway, I spent my time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No, thank you you make a very important point, and that period is what Abdul calls the golden age of mediation. I'm sure, Abdul, you must be reminiscing in your head when Neraldin was talking about that time. But it had to do with leadership. That is very true. Now, my brother, yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would have liked the Executive Secretary of IGAD to be here, but I think he will be informed of my intervention. I have 3 points. One is, and it all involves, the discussion is on this meeting of IGAD. IGAD member states are directly or indirectly involved in local conflicts. They sponsor militias, proxies, or otherwise, and these conflicts never end. Whether you mediate, whether they agree, whether you don't agree, because the countries are involved. The current situation in Sudan, they are involved, as I said yesterday. The territories of some countries are used for transshipment of arms and movement of money and gold, number one. Number two, the best chance that this region has is both the IGAD Secretary, Executive Secretary, and the African Union Chair are from the region, from IGAD region, from the Horn. I think these two officials who have held very senior positions in their government and are very well respected in the region should join hands and use the leverage they have with their heads of states and the rest of the region to push for durable peace and non-interference in the conflicts. And number three, by joining hands, I think they should bring together the heads of states of the region and finalize an agreement that, as the Foreign Minister of Kenya yesterday said, to open up the borders, the economies, the movement of people, the movement of money, to have this region prosper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Bazu, and thanks to the panelists for very, pointed and clear recommendations. I'll address the bugbear of African solutions predictably, but
I knew you were going to raise it because you raised it yesterday.
I'll be very, very quick. There's a comedian who said, I'm a principled person, but I have many principles. If you don't like this, I can bring others. So I'm not going to walk back on this issue, except to say that Africans believe in the African Union. There's evidence of that. I was just quickly looking at surveys. The European Union, 52% of Europeans, believe in the European Union, believe it's a good thing that it exists. And that's a union that actually delivers a lot, from a pragmatic point of view, especially on the economic front. What's the number for Africa? It's 55%. 55% of Africans, according to Afrobarometer, believe in the African Union. That's a really high number. And we should be, I was just looking, Cote d'Ivoire, 68% of people in Cote d'Ivoire believe the African Union should exist. So there's no questioning the principle of the African Union. But when anybody at the African Union posts something on Twitter, just look at the responses, especially from young Africans, overwhelmingly negative, And so that should tell us something, that Africans criticize the African Union from a place of disappointment and not one of rejection. And I think that's what we really have to grapple with. So I would say, Bazu, if you called a meeting on the principle of African solutions, it would be a very short one, because I think everybody really endorses that. And I very much hear, that absolutely Africans should define the problem, that they should be at the forefront. But now the criticism comes from the pragmatic point of view, which Dawit summarized, in recent years. Very quickly, I'll just offer a small example, which we discussed slightly yesterday. When Ethiopia and Somaliland, the issue came up and Mogadishu was up in arms, the Turks helped to broker a deal, some sort of deal which everybody knew just tamped the issue down. But then the point was that somebody needed to step in to deal with Somalia-Somaliland relations, which is a low-hanging fruit. Brothers who potentially, can find a working arrangement. The African Union is well placed to do that, but it didn't. So really, the point is that there's the world as it should be and the world as it is, and the African Union just really needs to show it is fit for the world as it is. So that's the point I'm making.
Thank you very much for those comments. And I think, we have to listen carefully to what you are saying, because, Abdul, we are a little oldies in the room. We are in a little echo chamber ourselves, believing sometimes, our own, whether they are illusions or what, I don't know. But in any event, we come from a special, I see a highly smiling here. We are Pan-Africans. We come from a specific political ideology, and we have striven for this for a long time. But we have failed to connect that with the younger generation. It is our failure. And we are paying the price of it now. So, my brother.
Thank you. I would like, first of all, to thank and congratulate the two eminent panelists for their interesting and important presentations. And also to say that it is not easy to manage the issues of peace, fragilities, and complexities. The African Union Peace and Security Council set up only about Sudan, 5 mechanisms: the expanded mechanism, the core group, the high-level panel, and ad hoc presidential committee. And now we are working with the quintet mechanism. Why? Because we are looking to find the magic mechanism. So that is the first observation. The second one, I think that IGAD's mediation support unit must be fully resourced to avoid ad hoc approaches. At the same time, the African Union's APSA should be better integrated with sub-regional mechanisms. We are, all of us, facing challenges. In order to progress, we should work with the spirit of complementarity and solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David, you have a minute to respond. Anything you want to respond on? You're fine? Juan, you have a mic next to you.
Thank you so much to all those who took the floor. There were no many questions, but since I have few more minutes, I'll use them to make some additional points while also responding maybe to one or two questions. Let me start with Tim, not Tim, Muriti. On the principles of African solutions. Maybe, we're coming from a different place. My professional trajectory was forged in the OAU and the AU. And I had the chance of serving at the UN as well, at headquarters and in the field. And often what many people miss, and trust me, I read a lot. I read a lot. And there is hardly an ICG report which I don't read, and I have good friends. And as you may know, I'm the one who signed the MOU with ICG when I was Director of Peace and Security. What many people fail to know, people write, but they can't appreciate how institutions work from within and the potential. And having worked at the AU and the UN, the AU potential, I'm speaking of potential, is huge. What the AU can do, if it shows proactiveness and sense of initiative, the UN cannot do in Africa. Trust me. It cannot. We don't have time for me to give you endless examples for that. And my own also conviction is a solution that is framed outside hardly takes into account African interest. And I have endless examples of how the work of the AUPD and the AUHIP was made more difficult by external partners. Abdul is here. he could testify. I can speak about Cote d'Ivoire, how the efforts at mediation were complicated by external actors. I could speak of endless issues. And that happened at a time when the relationship with partners was much better than it is currently. We're operating in the same framework. Now, when you say, and what prompted me really to respond was the ICG report of this year in January. Usually at January, you issue a report, 8 recommendations to the African Union, and you decided this year to title it 8 recommendations, well, to direct the recommendation to other actors. And the argument was that, well, AU is irrelevant, so we have to seek solutions where they are. But I can tell you, none of the solutions, and we don't have time to talk about it, that are articulated outside truly takes into account Africa's interests or even provide lasting solutions to the challenges facing us. Now, I'm not saying that outsiders should not be involved. They should, because they have responsibility, because Africa is part of the UN, and because they have leverage which AU doesn't have. But the impression that African issues can be sorted out elsewhere is wrong in all respects. Wrong in peace and security, wrong in democracy, wrong in economic development. And my own experience is that when Africans take the lead, it makes a hell of a difference. I've seen it on human rights, I've seen it on democratic issues, I've seen it on peace and security. So my point again is not to say the EU is doing well, absolutely not. AU should really step up its game. But we should use this principle of African solutions to challenge the EU to play its role and not give the impression that others have solutions for African problems. They don't. And it is not their role to have solutions for us. Absolutely not. It's not their role. Absolutely not. So I really, on this issue, I completely disagree with ICG. Disagree not only from a principal issue, but even from a practical point of view. If you know how things work from within and what the potential is, I'm certain you won't make this statement. Now, the second point on the point from Paul Henry on the Great Lakes Conference, indeed, it's an experience that is interesting. Unfortunately, ended up being bogged down in bureaucratic processes, but the process itself was excellent. And obviously, any similar conference by IGAD and AU in the Horn has to take into account the lessons learned from that exercise. But the point, more directly to your point, is that many of the internal challenges facing countries can only be resolved through regional cooperation. They can't be addressed by just narrowing the search for solution to a particular country. Last on Sudan. A few months ago, together with Said Ginit, who was my boss at the AU and then later colleague at the UN, we wrote a piece entitled, if my memory serves me well, it was published by Amani Africa, and the shorter version by Accord. The longer version was entitled, I'm looking for the title, because I would like really to share some of the ideas, but I can share the full title. Let me see. Yes, the longer version was titled, Sudan's Crisis is Africa's Crisis and Its Responsibility. And the shorter one, we choose a different title, and the title is Sudan War, Africa and the Sudan Tragedy, a Test of Responsibility and Leadership. And our starting point was this, because we were both involved in the AU response to Darfur in 2004, immediately after the launch of the PSC. And our point of departure was this. It was a quote from the AUPD report under President Beki. And basically, I will quote it from memory. What it says, they arrived in a village called Ain Saro in Darfur. And then people told them, welcome to your land. You are indeed, here you are at home. And the report says, Africa was the first to assume responsibility for peace and reconstruction in Darfur by deploying peacekeepers, mediating peace talks, and demanding accountability. And it says, when the international community turns its attention elsewhere, Africa will still be engaged. Indeed, because Darfur crisis is Africa's crisis. It's our crisis. Others may pay attention at some point, but some point they will turn their attention elsewhere. But we have still to be engaged because it is our crisis. And based on that, we came up with a number of recommendations of what the AU could do. And our point of departure is there are so many things the AU can do that are literally cost-free, politically not risky, and politically rewarding. I'll go just through them quickly for those who have not read the note.
Give the citation and then they will read it.
I give the suggestion. No, just quickly the headlines.
Okay, two minutes.
Point number one. We propose this, that the AU should formally, the PSC should formally consider determining whether the threshold and Article 4 of the AU Constitutive Act on the right of the Union to intervene in case of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity has been met. And our conviction is that that threshold has been met. There is an AU Commission, the AU Commission on Human and People's Rights has issued a report, a fact-finding report in July 2025 that clearly stated. And the point, of course, for us is not to trigger an AU intervention. The AU does not have that capacity, but we believe that a determination and Article 4 would clarify the gravity of the crisis, strengthen diplomatic leverage, and signal to both belligerents and external actors that the status quo is unacceptable. Second, we propose that the AU establishes a remote monitoring mechanism to document violations and identify perpetrators leveraging existing AU bodies. Nothing to create, nothing to fund. The AU Commission on Human and People's Rights exists. The Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security exists. The Committee of Experts on the Right of Children exists. Remotely, based on information they can collect on internet, they can issue bi-weekly or bi-monthly report on violence in Sudan and use it as a political leverage in engaging the Sudanese stakeholders. Third, we said that renewed consideration should be given to the deployment of a protection-focused mission in Sudan. And again here, it just follows up. The PSC on 2 occasions has requested the Commission to come up with options on protection of civilians. And our suggestion was that the AU can dispatch a team of senior people to meet all the Sudanese stakeholders, the people in Khartoum, the RSF, civilian, regional countries. A mission may not necessarily be deployed, but the point is, when you engage, you never know what would come out of the engagement, and you can use that report as an additional tool to, to pressurize the parties. Fourth, we suggested that the AU put in place an independent commission to investigate the violence in Sudan, modeled on the AU Commission of Inquiry on South Sudan in 2013, which in my view played an important role and which was led by President Obasanjo. And the idea here is to leverage the finding vis-à-vis the parties. And we suggested that the AU, through a decision by the summit, and it was done in other areas, enabled the Arusha-based court to try crimes of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, and make it clear to the parties that if they don't move towards a political solution, the AU may envisage an criminal accountability avenue, and of course that would mean excluding them from the political process. And fifth, I guess 2 more. Fifth, we suggested that the AU look at the role of external actors, and instead of attempting to replicate, to create its own panel of experts, as the PSC requested, which is absolutely unfeasible in the context of the AU does not have that capacity. It does not have that capacity to literally request the UN panel of experts to brief it regularly and then use that information, in its engagement with, all the external actors. And sixth, we said that Africa will also be judged by its solidarity with Sudanese civilians. I have many Sudanese friends. And when they explain to me how difficult it is for them to travel across Africa, how difficult it is for them to travel, really it's heartbreaking. And I remember, just and I conclude on this, when we were closing MINUSMA, I never realized I had 23 Sudanese staff members. Of course, you can't see them, it's a mission of thousands of people. And as we were closing, every staff would come to see me, can you find me a job? The Sudanese made a démarche to me to tell me, we are not looking for jobs, but we cannot go back to Sudan. Can you help us find a country to go to? And I felt that was heartbreaking because even to transit through an African country, if they don't have visa to the final destination, they are not allowed to transit. So there are little things that Africans can do, basic stuff. Couldn't the AU go and visit the refugee camps in Ethiopia, in Chad, in Egypt, or I don't know, in Chad and Egypt, are hosting most of the refugees. That has not been done so far, to my knowledge. I think the first visit was undertaken by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights a few weeks ago, and that is 3 years after the crisis. Second thing, couldn't the AU request OCHA, and I'm glad that Griffiths is here, to come and brief the PSC every month on the humanitarian situation, on the obstacles, what needs to be done. There are little stuff Africans can do. Overflight right for planes delivering aid, providing token contribution, financial contribution to the grassroots organizations that are active in Sudan. So my point is there are so many things we can do as Africans. I say again, cost-free, believe me, cost-free, politically not risky, and very rewarding. But we need to be creative and we need to be proactive. Thank you, but I'll share the paper with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and give them a big hand. I think that was a very deep, informative session. I thought we were doing very well on time, Abdul, until my good friend went in, but he gave very important points, and Sudan is a very key issue for all of us now. As I mentioned earlier, there is no tea break. There is a water break, but the water is in front of you on the table. So you don't have to go anywhere. Just open the bottle, pour the water, drink it, sit there. If you want to stand up, you stand up a little bit. You and David, you are dismissed. Now, Moses Okello, can you join us? And Sean Deely, please join us on the stage. While they are coming up, I will ask you, just take 2 minutes, stretch your legs, stand up, talk to somebody whilst I go and answer the call of nature. Okay, if we can settle down. One, everybody who's listening to you, come and sit and listen to them now. Don't just stand outside. To Moses.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you. When Abdul invited me for this conversation, he did it through a phone call. And I immediately said, yeah, of course, that sounds like an interesting thing. Should be fun. Should be fun conversation. A few days later, he sends an email. And I take a good look at the email and I realize, oh no, this is not fun anymore. This is going to involve quite a bit of sleepless nights, a lot of thinking, going into places that I have not been in a fairly long time, which I try to do. And then I come here, the very first session sort of disemboweled everything that I wanted to say. By the end of the day yesterday, it was all done. I was like, okay, now we have a big problem. I'm in the room, there's people in the room, and everything that I wanted to say has been said. Right, so what do we do? This morning, Wani made that problem even bigger. Because then you went ahead to just outline 9 different proposals, some of which were coming from the thing that I wanted to say. So my position right now is not enviable in any way. But to try and make sense of the topic that I was given, which is about redesigning and operationalizing new mediation models, I thought very quickly that we could draw from some of the same things that were said yesterday and this morning and try to see if the strands of a mediation model can be discerned. To do that, I thought it's just important to remind ourselves just a little bit about some of the conclusions that have been made about the old mediation models, or the classic mediation models, if you wish. And those conclusions include that the classic mediation models have been predominantly state-led, consensus-seeking, sequential, and anchored by and large in multilateral institutions. unfortunately, they were designed for a world that no longer exists. We're way past those models. And we're past those models because the nature of conflicts that these models respond to are nowadays multi-actor, transnational, and fought through narratives and proxies as much as through territory. So this is a different kind of ballgame that we're looking at. And that is what Abdul said yesterday, that the models that we work with today must now align to these multi-actor, transnational, narrative-framed types of conflicts that we're dealing with. So that's the primary problem of the day. How do we get around that? To do that, I thought I would also outline one or two other things that flows out of that characterization. One of them is that the classic mediation models assumed that legitimacy flows from process. So we spend a lot of time on process design. Nowadays, legitimacy appears to flow from leverage. And that requires a different kind of thinking. And you can see that across the many conflicts that we're dealing with, particularly in the Horn of Africa. I got to say that the Horn of Africa exemplifies many of the different conflicts that you would see around the world, and also gives us a bit of an idea how mediation is shifting. If you look at the CPA, Sudan, and so on, there's elements of old and new kind of emerging in that context. Another interesting point that comes out is that nowadays we have too many mediators, and unfortunately too little mediation. We have people moving, assigned mediation roles, but not really mediating. And that is a characteristic of our time. And somehow the model that Abdul asked that we outline needs to respond to this dilemma. Which then brings me to a little bit of a diagnostic exploration of the kind of conflicts that we're looking at in the Horn of Africa over the last 40 or so years. And I can cluster them into at least 4 types. You have interstate conflicts. This is where IGAD is more comfortable. And with those interstate conflicts, you had mediation formats like the CPA, the ARCSIS for South Sudan, and its successor, the Pretoria Arrangement. The interesting thing about this particular cluster within the IGAD region is that you've got one cluster of conflict, interstate conflicts, with at least four different formats of mediation. So that's one. A second cluster is the cluster of state fragmentation. State fragmentation, you have Somalia in this category, and it would appear to me that Sudan is very quickly getting into that category. And that has implications for how you design your mediation framework. The third one is interstate. Most classical example here is the Eritrea-Ethiopia conflict, which we might see a second version of. But that conflict and the fashion in which it was mediated, primarily AU initially, Algeria comes into the picture. The manner in which you respond to that type of conflict is also different. It's got implications for our models. Lastly, you've got other sub-national conflict. The Lord's Resistance Army back in the day, the Djibouti-Afar dispute that was resolved through some constitutional arrangement. All of these are clusters that we must take into account. What this tells me is that within this particular part of the world, there cannot be one single mediation model. So a model for every type of conflict as it arises, and perhaps thinking through Abdul's assignment, this is part of where we start to think about adaptation. How do you adapt models depending on which of these classifications you're looking at? Now, if I step away from this clustering of conflicts, there are at least 3 deficits that stand out, that cut across. And those deficits include inclusion, legitimacy, and participation. And here I deliberately distinguish between inclusion and participation. When we come to deficit 1, inclusion, I think the Mbagathi process, for those of you who are around, was a very good example of how not to do it. The Mbagathi process had armed groups somewhere in a place called Mbagathi here in Kenya, having a conversation with civil society actors in an adjacent room, having a separate conversation. Now that's an example of how not to do inclusion. The CPA, on the other hand, was kind of interesting in that it was an it was a mediation process that was about separating Sudan from South Sudan, but in the process of negotiating that separation, South Sudanese, or would-be South Sudanese civic society was not as involved as they should have. And the consequence was quite clear, just 2 years after that process, quote unquote, formally ended. So these are good examples of how not to do it. But within these examples, we see at least 3 failure patterns. We see a pattern that has to do with consultation without consequence. When you include people, are they people of consequence? That's a pattern that cuts across, is repetitive, even in the conversation around Sudan today. We see a representation without mandate. The LRA conflict was a classic one. People go to Rikwangba to talk to the Lord's Resistance Army, but when they get to Rikwangba, they can't make decisions because they were not given the mandate. So representation without mandate is a big deal. It's a cross-cutting issue across the region. And lastly, inclusion without sequencing. If you're going to include people in a process, do you just open up the door all at once and say everybody come in at once, or is there an order in which you could take it? So that's the deficit of inclusion. The deficit of legitimacy takes me back to at least 2 interesting examples. One of those was the example of Yusuf, when the transitional federal government of Somalia was being created. And here Yusuf is given the mandate to lead the federal government, the newly created federal government, but many people see him as a representation, as a stooge of another neighboring country, in this case Ethiopia. We also see a legitimacy question emerging around the Pretoria process, with an initial rejection of Obasanjo in favor of Uhuru Kenyatta, a situation that was subsequently addressed. But the key point here is that we're talking about legitimacy, and there are certain legitimacy concerns that we have to put into account when dealing with mediation. Those legitimacy concerns come across in at least 3 different areas. We're talking about legitimacy of mediators themselves. This is where our conversation, somebody mentioned Tumbeo earlier on, at some point Mbeki's name came up. Is the mediator seen as legitimate? You also have legitimacy of process. Is the process seen as legitimate by all the actors? And the part where we fail the most is legitimacy of outcome. You got the process right, you got the mediator right, but is the outcome considered legitimate? And this is where the biggest gap that we're dealing with tends to fall. Third deficit is participation. And I will very briefly say that participation is not about asking who is in the room, because that's the question of inclusion. The question for participation is the person in the room able to shape outcomes? That's the question of the day. And this is also one of those things that we've taken for granted. It has been always said that when you have women and youth in the room, and therefore, inclusion and participation has been addressed. The question is, when you have them in the room, are they able to shape the outcome and change behavior? And that's the key point of participation. So having talked through some of that background and some of the deficits that we see around the region, I thought I could now turn to some of what I think might be the characteristics of an adaptive model or of a new generation model. And I have to say here that there's a little bit more continuity than change. One, and this has come across in the last conversations that we've had from yesterday, one is that model has to be decentralized or polycentric in one way or the other. I'll explain exactly what I mean by that. Secondly, it's got to be politically intelligent. It has to be politically clued in, given what we're dealing with nowadays. And thirdly, it's got to be adaptive. And I think that's the question of flexibility. Somebody mentioned flexibility, at some point. That has to be ingrained into any model going forward, because the nature of the conflicts that we're dealing with and the nature of the actors is constantly changing. Mediation has to correspondingly change as the process goes on. But first are a couple of principles that I thought were also ringing out from the conversations I had. First principle is that strategy must always come before process. I think one of the biggest challenges we've had is to put process ahead of strategy. And what do I mean by that? We must be sure, or at least we have to work out, the political theory, the theory of how political power is going to change, and design a strategy around that. And based on that theory of political change, then outline what your process would be. And I think, again, as Sumbeo's process, the CPA was a very good example of how putting strategy ahead of process helps. It helped in that for Sumbeo, the goal was clear. Peaceful separation of Sudan from South Sudan from Sudan. And therefore, everything else very cleanly walked in that direction. Now, it would appear to me that we need to do more of this. We need to flip the order in which we do mediation if we're going to be getting it right. A second principle is this decentralized design. And I say it must be decentralized on purpose. And this is important because we have said previously that there are so many actors, so many interests. And Sudan, again, is a very good example of how this works out. If you don't decentralize the process, if you don't stop suppressing the interests, we're not going to be getting anywhere with our solutions. I'll try to, when I come to how to actually practically put it, outline it to kind of lay out how that works. But mediation has to be decentralized. We have to acknowledge the presence of many actors and design a process that takes into account all those other interests. Thirdly, we have to design implementation-grade mediation processes, or rather mediation processes that deliver implementation-grade agreements. What do I mean by that? Quite often it is the case that mediators worry about whether the belligerents or the actors, depending on what the situation is, will sign an agreement. Therefore, the psychological disposition is fixated on signatures. Not much thought gets into trying to understand the post-agreement conditions and whether that signed agreement will survive those conditions. And again, South Sudan is an extremely good example of this particular scenario. We had a fairly good agreement, 2015, 2016, extremely ambitious. On a good day, everybody should have walked away with this. The problem is that the conditions were quite different, continuously changing. And the challenge there was that the design of the agreement did not take the capacities, the nature of the state, the desires of the actors, and whether after signing, they're going to behave according to the document. So we have to foolproof agreements by inculcating into our mediation teams people who think about those conditions. What does that condition look like vis-a-vis the agreement we are signing? So those are a couple of principles. When it comes to adaptation, and again, I draw on a number of regional experiences. I think part of the challenge with agreements and mediation processes has been this linear way of designing processes. You start with an assessment, talk about talks, right? You design a process, you go into negotiation, you sign an agreement, and things are done. I'm trying to suggest that we have to design agreements in a discursive fashion. So having started with your mediation theory of change, if you wish, the political read, right? Which gives you a sense of where everybody is and where everybody would likely want to go. You might then want to design your strategy and then perhaps do a bit of engagement of the actors before getting into the negotiation. But by God, as you progress, build into the process decision gates, you have to constantly go back and see whether the assumptions you started with are still holding. The assumptions that you started with, let's say at talk about talks, are they still holding when the negotiations begin? If they don't, go back to the to your political cell, have a renegotiation of the assumption, and then proceed. So you have to build decision gates throughout the process so that we allow for adaptation as the process evolves. And here, I'm trying to say that that kind of way of thinking gives you the operational model, if you wish, right? The decentralized structure, decentralized structure gives you the institutional model. You need both an operational model and an institutional model. Decentralize it to give yourself an institution, adapt it constantly to give yourself a model to work with. I see Gordon is looking at me. I was thinking I'm taking up Sean's time as well. I got that right, yeah? Okay, so how do you now operationalize this? I'm bringing it a notch down. At least 4 or 5 things we must take into account. One, the proliferation of mediators, envoys and whatnot. Analysis is going to be important. Financing is extremely important, and sequencing. These have to be at the back of our minds. The proliferation of mediators, and in the case of Sudan, I think envoys, I think is what IGAD was trying to do at some point, to create some kind of consensus vision around which everybody kind of converges. And this is extremely important for reasons mentioned earlier. Forum shopping, dilution of the messages, and so on and so forth. But once you have a common vision, a certain degree of text discipline to that vision, and shared calendars to the extent that that is possible, as well as joint understanding of what levers we have in hand, that starts to give us an opportunity to move together. And this could work whether you have a quad formation in the picture or a quintet formation in the picture. There needs to be some kind of order around all of this. And certainly mediators need to have teeth if they're going to hold this thing together, right? Again, Gordon, I'll use the time to the question and answer to kind of elaborate some of these things. But let me just end with saying at least the 3 things that I think any model needs to take into account. Number 1 is that you need to have a scenario-driven strategy. once you have decided your political destination that you want to go, you need at least 3, 4, 5 scenarios as a mediator to work with, because you will need to switch somewhere in between those scenarios. You do not have, as a mediator, any room to be surprised. To take the example of Sudan, for instance, the primary thinking at the moment is that Sudan must remain as one country. The reality on the ground is that things are going in many different directions. As a mediator, these scenarios have to be in your rule book, so that once the process switches to a different direction, and that becomes the direction that is likely to hold, you have to know what you're going to have to do. So you have to pre-position your responses to that scenario. Second, sequenced inclusion, right? Sequenced inclusion, it's normally, I mentioned this earlier, normally thought of that inclusion, we bring everybody in the room, we all start talking. Ambassador Guyu and Felicita there will remember what happened when we tried to do that at the Radisson, and had a very large room full of people, and just one round of going around took us hours and hours, and realized, okay, this is not going to end. So sequenced inclusion. And by this I mean maybe identify those people, those constituencies, not just people, constituencies that you're going to start with, but by God, have a plan for.
See, when you sit, you won't know the time. Now, what we have decided to do is to not try to have 2 sessions in the afternoon, because that session in the afternoon, and we're o'clock, so that we'll have one to remain here. The up right here. Alex Rondos, if you you're going to get him. Hour. They are coming. It's good. They should be in the room. Right. And then somebody can get us 2 more chairs here. This is how conflicts occur. They come on you suddenly. So for the speakers, they now know it's come on them suddenly. They have to be adaptive and respond. So this session is looking at the IGAD region and the Red Sea context, positioning mediation within regional geopolitical realities. And the 2 questions are: how do geopolitical dynamics shape mediation? What is IGAD's strategic role? Which ties into the new models that we have to look at, because this is a very complicated situation now that we are dealing with. Sorry, Alex, we sprung this up on you. No. It's, but you can sit there, it's fine. When you come here, I will sit there. Yeah. They're giving us another chair shortly. Right, and we are fine. Afsa, you are here? Yes. Right, wonderful. You and Alex went off for some coffee. Okay. Now, Alex, do... Right. Ambassador Guyo said that he would like to go last. And he said he's going to defer Alex to, he said he's going to defer to your wisdom and knowledge and expertise, and he would like to follow on from you. So, Alex, you have the floor.
I have how much? Five minutes? How long?
No, you've got 10 minutes.
Okay, just give me a shout. Don't hesitate if I'm going over. Thank you very much, and thank you all. And very good to be among us in IGAD. A question. Almost we're into the 8th week of a conflict which for our region amounts to a massive external shock. It's the third in about 6 years. We've had COVID, we've had the impact of the Ukraine war, and now we have what's going on with Iran. In each instance, certainly the member states of this region weren't asked their opinion, nor were they really informed about any plans regarding any of these. Has the African Union or IGAD called a summit of the heads of state since this began? Okay, let's leave that question hanging while we then look and ask ourselves, well, what do we do? Because if we were going to use banking terminology, we need to ask ourselves, and what is the stress test that one runs on a region and a continent or the system which is meant to try to protect the citizens? And if those meetings have not been called, even if there was very little one could do, I'm following a bit on the principle of the way one was talking. Action, calling a meeting, it's a bit like calling attention to yourself, and from there things build. So I think, you know, the average citizen, certainly in this region and beyond, would have every reason to ask themselves, well, you know, what's happening? Our prices are rising. There's a risk that by later in the year, with the absence of fertilizer, we will have severe food supply problems, and we can go on and on and on. So that's the very practical political question. Now, let me then, in brief, just try to answer to Abdul's sort of essay questions, as it were, the geopolitical dynamics. One, let me very briefly be a little more systemic in this. I think that if multilateralism is about collective security, what the principle behind collective security is people opt in. It's a voluntary exercise. So long as everyone participates, they get leverage, they get status for their participation. Those who choose to opt out, there are different consequences depending on why. But that fundamental principle, which precedes the United Nations, it precedes the League of Nations, it's what governs so much of international relations, certainly since the Treaty of Westphalia. The principle of voluntary involvement and participation in whatever are the arrangements of collective security. We seem now to be going through a period where everyone is running from cover, for cover rather. They're not participating. There's actually the concept that restraint wins you kudos has been turned on its head. These are fundamental to the principles of trust in international security arrangements, irrespective of where you are, whether it's Africa, Asia, Europe, it doesn't matter. And you've seen the agonies of Europe at the moment, how to deal with Hungary and this and that and so much more. So let's start with that principle. Why then are we not getting a voluntary commitment? Because if you cannot organize that, then there's nothing really to hold. It goes beyond, I mean, I'm not very good on things like norms, values, and that sort of terminology. Either people pitch in or they don't. And if they're pitching out, we work out why. And is there something you can do or not about it? So that's one. And I think it's really important if restraint has, there's no restraint has no longer gives you respect and respectability and leverage. What we're seeing then is the obverse of that coin, which is the lack of restraint, which is translated into one simple rule. Violence becomes the first option rather than the last option. And we're seeing this running rampant, and we've seen a lot of it in this region, which has multiple centers of violence, all right? This region is a region that may not have a regional war, but it is a region at war. That is what IGAD presides over at the moment. That's just the simple fact. That's the arithmetic that we're dealing with. Now, if you step back, I think then there are one or two other factors we need to ask ourselves about the geopolitics. We cannot go back to status quo ante. What has changed? I would argue that geoeconomics is trumping in a world without restraint. So if people want influence, status, leverage, what are they going for? It's not to show that they're restrained. They want to secure logistical corridors. They want to secure energy flows. They want to secure investment channels. Or they want to secure and build on what I would call a conflict portfolio. You generate conflict and it becomes a portfolio, no different to where an investor might think. Flip it on its head for this region, therefore, what is today's threat? What is the real risk? Okay. I had to spend 10 years as the EU Special Representative to the Horn. So you'll forgive me if after that experience I'm completely allergic to bureaucratic jargon. So resilience and all these nice words. We don't have the shock absorbers here to deal with the first big threat, which is the confrontation between debt, the mismanagement of economy, and demography, where we have a demographic tidal wave breaking over this continent of the majority who are under the age of 30, who are going to soon ask themselves, and everyone else, and certainly my generation of people, is what in heaven's name have you bequeathed to us? Why should we be paying what you have incurred? That's the political issue that has to be addressed. I think, secondly, we have the real interesting political consequence and security and economic consequence of what's happening internationally is that we're back to a word that I haven't, I studied history at university. How many of you are sort of aware of the term privateers? Privateers were the licensed, officially with royal charter, the people who were licensed and were the outsourcing of official policy for international theft. That was a privateer. Sir Francis Drake was a privateer. Okay? Now, you tell me whether perhaps we may be getting to similar, and you mentioned the word PM, the private companies and the like. That's just one symptom.
And the Dutch East India.
The Dutch East India and many others. Now, we're in a position that's not dissimilar. I use an analogy that I think would be very familiar to people of the Swahili world, which is, as I've reminded one or two friends in the Gulf, you may be viewed as the successors of Tipu Tip, who ran the trade from Zanzibar, the gold and ivory trade from Zanzibar all the way into the Congo, literally reshaping polities along the way. Well, I'm not sure that we're that far away from that again. That's the sense of license with what's going on. Now, if that's the analysis, those two things I would argue, that the real crunch that's occurring between debt and demography, and on the other hand, the nature of the international engagement and therefore perception, given that the hegemon of the past, the United States, would appear to be totally indifferent, if not perhaps complicit to this. My dear friends, the Europeans, with respect to all European diplomats who are here, are basically asleep at the wheel or drinking their own bathwater about, European values, because it has no real relationship to today's reality. How then do we navigate this world? And I'm looking at you, my brother Walken. Okay, that's the question. Now, one gave us, I think, it was a very valuable what one had to say, because he spoke from experience, but I'm very grateful for just the frankness with which he said it, because part of the question we're addressing is the relationship between this region and the neighbors on the other side of the Red Sea. Now, I see one fundamental issue that we have here. We have a series of autocracies who find the messiness of consultative politics very inconvenient. Let me put it that way. Okay. So how does one manage that? And I think that's part of the daily relationship. In which case, then let's very briefly run through what possibly could be done, and in many senses, one has touched on them. But I do think, I would argue that substance must take precedence over architecture. IGAD exists. The question is, what do you do? Can you get and mobilize many arrangements among 1, 2, 3 countries to take an initiative? Right now, if it's peace and security, Lord knows, we have any number of candidates. There's Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Ethiopia, there's Somalia, internal, there's Somalia, Ethiopia, Kenya. We have triangles, quadrilaterals, and internal messes. So the candidates are there to be addressed. Who can be brought together without necessarily having to go through the entire procedure? This is a very political exercise at the moment, to get a momentum towards a discussion that begins to address. I'm saying this simply because part of what we've been hearing, since yesterday and again this morning, is the degree to which the allegation, as it were, and the perception that African multilateral institutions have kind of surrendered the space to others from outside, and Sudan being emblematic of that. I think to what extent one can look very creatively, being very political, very pragmatic. This does not even publicity. It doesn't need, announcements and the like. Get some people together and get moving on those. And I think you'd get a lot of support. Secondly, there's a much wider constituency than governments, since half of the governments, if I may be blunt here, have simply failed in the fundamental exercise of having all their citizens feel that they belong to that country. That's why we've got some problems, which others from outside are exploiting. So how does one reach politically into new constituencies? I mentioned earlier the younger generation. And I'm not saying this should be a youth project. It's not that. This is the new power. How does one draw them in to a discussion about how we can look at regional integration as a way of delivering peace? Thanks. So I'm talking politics, constituencies here. How does one work at that and get people on board? One mentioned something else earlier, and I think certainly, Walken, this falls to you, but it would fall to any executive secretary and his staff. It is the back channel work that has to be constantly done. Our region is still filled with countries and leaders and politicians who believe their assumptions about themselves and the other. Who goes in and demystifies quietly and says, no, that's not what they really mean, it's this. That, to me, is something that's essential. It's always been needed a lot because this region has a particular history, very particular history. Next, and perhaps final, and this is a challenge for all of us. I can tell you as an EUSR, it was my working assumption with IGAD. Ethiopia provides the security, generally in the region. It's the exporter of security, so you just stick with them. And sometimes if you have to hold your nose, you hold your nose, but you just stick with them. And the Kenyans do their business. They do the banking and this. So guns and money were well aligned. Halas, okay? Now, we have a little problem, because Ethiopia, going back to my initial comment about how multilateralism and collective security should work, Ethiopia has left the impression in the last few years of withdrawing and not being the natural leader. It has left the impression, in an exercise of what should be multilateral and collective security, of being a belligerent rather than the powerful broker. I'm careful in my terminology. It's impressions that are being left, but impressions are 90% of politics. Okay. I would argue, along with others, that Ethiopia actually is in a position to be a very successful broker, both for its own interests, because its own interests lie in brokering all around the region and all its neighborhood. Because the law of gravity is Ethiopia is huge, it's big, and actually it's rather high up. People, rivers, stones, whatever it is, roll down from there. That's the politics of the geography and geology that we're dealing with. How do you convert that then? And how do we persuade collectively Ethiopia that their role as a broker, and a very active broker, would be very welcome? Because let me leave you with this. Let's not kid ourselves. Someone said yesterday, multilateralism, I can't remember what it was. It was a choice between strength and not strength. Name me a multilateral that works without having one or two powers behind it, whichever one it is. And IGAD was always that. So if I may be, and forgive me if I've been too direct, but you invited us to be welcoming. How do we get Ethiopia back into saying there's a way of actually getting all that you need to grow your country through building a web of integration within the region? Okay, you want ports, there's ways, okay? I'm looking at you, not because you're Ethiopian. I just have focused in on you. But no. But you understand where I'm getting at. How do we get, it's not just a narrative and a game. How do we begin to demonstrate? How do we help you turn this into the organization which is the broker of first choice at a time when, Lord knows, we need people to come in and do brokering, and especially people from within the region and within the countries. So it's not left to all the Ferengi and Wazungu and Muhawaja. Cheers. Thanks.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Alex. That was 17 minutes.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't really.
You know, when you are retired, though, Alex, you can say things with impunity. It's accepted. Of course, my good friend Pekka knows. My friend Pekka knows that when you're in office, you can't say things with impunity. There are consequences for that. But it's good, it's good. You must speak your mind. I like this about the privateers, you know, they're returning the profiteers again also. So it's sad. We are being inundated with privateers on our continent, and when you talked about what are we bequeathing to the next generation, the sad thing is by the time these privateers and profiteers come in the second wave and rape our continent, our children will have nothing. That's just the harsh reality. Afsa, you want to come and enlighten us on that somber note? A very good researcher on the Red Sea.
Not nervous at all being Egyptian Iraqi, invited to an IGAD conference and forced to follow Ambassador Alex Rondos by any measure. Thank you, Abdul. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to IGAD. for the invitation. Thank you. Yes, so I was asked to talk a bit about the Red Sea, working in and on the region across MENA, the East Med Red Sea, and the Gulf. I sort of wanted to start, and Alex, as he does, always takes our ideas, so we get to sound like we're copying when we repeat them. But one thing I've been struck by, not just at this meeting, but at many meetings, is this question of the region and defining the region. And I think something that is regularly lost, particularly whether we're talking solely about the frame of the Sudan war or other parts of the Horn and the Red Sea states on the continent, is that for the Gulf states, particularly the countries that are on the Red Sea, this is their region. This is as much their region as it is as the other side of the strait is, being Iran and the bordering Middle East countries, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, etc. There are this question that we approach mediation or conflict dynamics by grouping externals and the region doesn't fit their narrative. It doesn't work in the approach that they take, their national security policies, nor their defense of their intervention, not just in Sudan, but in other states in the region. And we have to, as mediators, as citizens of this side of the Red Sea, and as part of these multilaterals, acknowledge and understand that for them, they speak as if it's their neighborhood, because to them it is their neighborhood. And geographically, UAE aside, specifically, it is their neighborhood. The Red Sea coastline, Saudi is the largest state in the region, 77% the size of Western Europe. It is a huge country, and much of that is the eastern coast of the Red Sea. What does that mean then for this concept of looking at the region and looking at the extent of regional intervention across countries? There no longer is, I don't believe, certainly in the last decade or so, much that differentiates security policies from the Gulf across the Levant, North Africa, and parts of the Eastern Mediterranean, down through the Red Sea, to the Horn, into East Africa, up through the Indian Ocean. For us to engage with this mindset, we have to expand our horizons in our region. We talk a lot, even in the last couple of months, I've been asked to regularly talk about the effect of this current war on the economies of this region, on the countries here, and we talk about it as if we are part of the global impact, and we're not. Our ports are dependent on this trade. It's not just about supply, demand, fuel, fertilizer. Our grain, our wheat goes to them just as much as we rely on the oil and fuel that they give to us. So it is very much interconnected. Their economies are affected, not in the same way, of course, but their economies are affected by this war and the inability to move goods in and out of Hormuz both ways. So it's not merely a question of what the Gulf does for us, and by us, kind of everybody across the region that has become transactionally dependent on at least financial injections to prop up their institutions and their governments. The challenges we face as mediators, as multilateral institutions, as those engaged in peace building, is this constant battle that is being lost of deference versus engagement. And it is something that everybody, including Europeans, internationals, the UN system, the United States, and all actors involved, offer the Gulf states without expecting or even asking at times for anything in return. We are here to engage with our region and engage with these actors. There's been a lot of talk over the last 2 days of significant moments where particularly IGAD, AU intervention and multilateralism was successful and has helped and worked to bring conflicts to an end, to rebuild, to state build, etc. The reality is that 20 years ago, for example, not one of the current 6 GCC leaders was in power. 2 of them were barely teens. So really out of their teens, I should say. We're dealing with an entirely different GCC, six-state structure than anything we've dealt with in the past. It's important to learn from our lessons for us as well. At the same time, as Alex mentioned, demography, we're dealing with massively expanding populations, of which the average age across almost all of our countries is between as young as 19 in Sudan and up to 27 in others. These are not populations or people that have experiences from 20 or 30 years ago. So we also have to limit the dependency on previous modalities, mechanisms, or even relationships, because a lot of them no longer exist. For the Gulf, beyond self-interest and their own goals that they seek through their interventionism, mediation is not just a means to an end, it is now the currency of which they trade their foreign policy on. There are two particular actors, Qatar and Oman, that have longer, more enduring histories in mediation. However, most of them still in their neighborhood. Qatar starting out around 2005 with intervention into the Lebanese security arrangement after the withdrawal of Syrian forces. Oman, of course, has been involved primarily in Iran and Yemen peace building over the last 20 or so years. These countries have more experience, they have more knowledge on mediation practices that are successful, and yet we continue to lean on countries that are self-interested, have no experience in mediation, and as much as we run to the Gulf to understand or gain access or visibility, so do all the institutions and people and governments that we partner with. Everybody in Europe, in the UN, in the United States, does as much of the scrambling and deference as we do, and it's become part of the norms, shall we say, of how we conduct diplomacy. And if we continue doing so, then we can talk ourselves to death about how we reclaim agency or how we engage and insert ourselves to resolve various conflicts or resolve various challenges or issues, but we simply will continue to provide them with the entitlement and the impunity with which they can continue to act as they choose, and simply we become collateral damage or fodder for their own internal rifts and fights. And do not make any underestimations about how big this moment is for them in terms of their own collective security and their own collective rifts. This is not just a case of big brother Saudi Arabia fighting with the UAE because they've decided to punch above their weight. This is a historical legacy security issue that has dogged the GCC since its inception, that has dogged the Gulf region since the creation of the smaller states in the early 70s, and will continue to, primarily because the smaller states rely on constructs like the GCC, like OPEC, like the Arab League and other institutions to keep them safe from the various, the nature and desire of Saudi Arabia to overpower them all and absorb them all. And at the same time, those structures are completely fracturing and rupturing. Despite the fact that this war is the biggest moment for the GCC in terms of the exposing of the lack of resilience in their economies, their inability to diversify beyond their oil-producing capabilities, beholden to these great powers and the US de facto through Israel and Iran, which is how they've built their security architecture for the better part of 50 years. The challenge for them has come in that they have completely divergent and diametrically opposed security objectives and narratives within their own power projection and their idea of strategic depth. And that opposition to one another is not necessarily about the future or trajectory of Sudan or of Somalia, Somaliland, or Egypt or other countries. It's primarily about themselves, their domestic trajectories, their political security, their economic security. This fracturing amongst between and within the Gulf states is going to continue. It will expose. We will continue to have the series of infighting, rifts, withdrawals from these institutions and that institutions that leave us all dizzyingly trying to figure out who has the upper hand and who doesn't. The reality is, with this nature of transactional relationships that the Gulf has created in diplomacy over the last 20 years, is that transactional means exactly that. They want something from us, but it also means we have something to give them. And ultimately, the agency that is rooted in this region through the resources, the access, the population, demography, etc., that this region holds onto is the leverage. It isn't just something to be abused or exposed. It is the leverage, it is the stick by which you can diversify. There is no reason why countries in this region cannot gain from and have political, economic, security support from any one of the GCC states. Why we continue to create the narrative for ourselves that we must choose between the UAE or the Saudis or otherwise is, or now Israel or Iran de facto, is not going to serve us. It doesn't serve our communities, our societies, our states, our governing structures, nor does it serve the wider, greater region in any way. Part of this challenge is that, and I like to be a little bit of a disruptor, so I don't mean offense to anyone, is that we, as impartial, independent mediators, have ourselves become just as politicized as the geopolitical narrative that we are involved in. There are certain things that are simply facts, and that as mediators we should engage with without having to forum shop or choose based on how our politics lean. On Sudan, and Sudan is the greatest example of this. It is the reason there is no formal track 1 process on Sudan. We can't decide, because of the political narratives, who holds that representation, who holds that authority, who do we give it to, how do we give it to them. And by continuing to do so, whether we're talking about governments coming in as mediators or taking the mantle of mediation by pure dint of their convening power, or the UN institutions, or the broader international community ecosystems of all our think tanks and policy spaces and mediation centers that work with, we depend on various countries for funding, of which over the last 15 years, including the UN and all its aid agencies and otherwise, has shifted its target resource mobilization away from smaller EU budgets or European member state budget funding towards the Gulf, that have supported a number of humanitarian efforts even while fueling conflict. Yemen is the biggest example of this, and what it did within the UN system while Saudi and the UAE were conducting their coalition efforts in Yemen, whilst being the highest donor to UNHCR at the time for the Yemen response. What that means for us is that we have become part of that politicized narrative, and we need to break out of it, and we need to deal with various realities. Egypt trains and supports the SAF. Egypt is the northern border of Sudan, fact. Ethiopia supports training and support to the RSF. Ethiopia is the southern border of Sudan, fact. There is no reason why we have to pick sides. There is no reason why we have to continue to say that this side has more legitimacy than the other. This is a conflict. This is a conflict within an institution that is fighting itself and ensnaring the entire country in on itself, along with now the broader regionalization of this conflict. So we can be pragmatic, we can be impartial, we can be independent mediators, we can engage with the Gulf as part of this region with, rightly or wrongly, and I'm not here advocating for the Gulf, I'm Iraqi, I'm not Gulfi, but engage with them and understand what they perceive as legitimate national security interests and the way that they are going about securing that as part of this region and part of this conflict, or we can continue to play this external, internal game where only The states that border the conflict have the legitimacy, or even only some states have that legitimacy, or some states can meet in this theater and other states can meet in this theater, and Sudanese can come here or Sudanese can come there, we will convene or how we will convene. We all need to, if I can be blunt, take a little bit of a moment to pause and remind ourselves why we're mediators and what it is that we seek. Because ultimately, we're constantly in competition with one another. We are constantly in competition for access, for visibility, for money, when the reality is that you don't need much money to convene meetings. And you don't really, take it from someone who lived there for years and knows them very well, you don't need that much access in the Gulf. And you certainly don't want significant visibility, because it doesn't really get you much more than what you hear on CNN from Anwar Gargash or from Prince Faisal bin Farhan or any of the other ministers. What you see with a lot of them is what you get primarily because they won't tell you what they don't want you to know. And that's just the reality of their diplomacy. They're incredibly disciplined and they never let you into the circle. The Gulf is for the Gulf. They are for themselves. As an Egyptian, Iraqi who lived in the Gulf, I was never in the circle, despite the number of networks, contacts, friends that I hold in all the countries. That is a reality we deal with, and yet they are still part of our region. That is also a reality that we have to deal with. Saudi Arabia is intervening through diplomatic, political, and some financing and security support in the war in Sudan. Saudi Arabia is also a competitor on the Red Sea. It competes, and it will compete with the countries on the Red Sea for ports, for access, for movement. That is Egypt all the way to Djibouti. Turkey is an external player, and we can talk about Turkey in that regard. Iran is an external player in that regard, for sure. But when we're talking about the Gulf, the continent, we have to be a bit more expansive in order for us to be relevant. Because the problem, if we continue to stand our ground rather than seek relevance, is that we risk obscurity and fait accomplis and facts on the ground being created, as we have already seen. We got Quad because none of us across any of the institutions could agree on how to address the different warring sides and the different political actors that have emerged out of all of this in the Sudan war, sorry, to be specific. It also could serve as a precursor to help us acknowledge the role that these countries are playing in either fueling conflict drivers or themselves creating conflict drivers in other countries in the region or that surround Sudan, either as a result of the regionalization of the Sudan war or simply in their own right. And finally, I just want to say that whilst I've effectively said is it's much our fault as it is theirs, we are in a particularly historical moment right now with what is happening with the war between Israel and Iran. It is a war that global diplomacy, security arrangements, politics has sought to avoid effectively since 1948, certainly since 1979. And I wasn't alive in those years, but I do know that the threat perception across the entire region is great, that conflict will spill over and sustain and become perpetual across a number of countries. And I think one of the lessons we should learn from the last 3 years since the Sudan war broke out, looking at the map of Sudan, Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, the Gulf, is that this is not containable and we are not immune, be that the economic effects, political and security and conflict itself can spread far and wide very quickly before anyone gets a hold on it. So thank you.
Okay, Afsa, that was 18 minutes. But 18 very refreshing minutes. I have to say, because, you know, we are always in a little echo chamber. listening to ourselves on a lot of things. I listened very carefully to what you had to say. First I was listening to see if you copied Alex, but you didn't. No, I think because the countries in the region, they are very important right now and very crucial to us on the continent. And I agree with what you said, that the currency on which they trade their foreign policy today is mediation. It's there. And I attended one of the meetings, the mediation seminars in Qatar. And I was quite surprised actually to see my European counterparts in my sister organizations flocking to the GCC countries. I was shocked. I thought, man, you know, whether their governments abandoned them or whatever for their resources, they were all in the Gulf now and seeking meetings with all of the people in the Gulf. It's a change, a sea change of what is going on. The only thing I can add to that is that when we talk about the shift to peace through strength, they have leverage. They have the economic power. This is where we don't have it. When I said yesterday, no single African country has the currency of the current paradigm of peace through strength, military might, economic might, AI proficiency. The reason that the two presidents didn't pitch up in a meeting convened by the chairperson of the African Union in Luanda, and the next day were in Doha. Doha, right? Or was it Qatar? Doha, yeah, Qatar, Doha. The next day they were there was because they have leverage. They have economic might. And a month later they were in Washington because Washington has leverage. They have military might and economic might. It's a new game that we're in, and Executive Secretary will have to adapt very fast to the changing environment. Now, Mohammed, your boss is here also. I'm just reminding you. Yes. But you are the you are the envoy in the region. We really welcome you and would like to hear from you.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, let me start first by thanking the distinguished panelists from yesterday, today, and also questions and comments that came from the floor, which has really displayed wealth of knowledge, knowledge which is really critical for our region, and particularly for IGAD, as we navigate the complex dynamics of our geopolitics and other people's geopolitics as it impacts on IGAD mediation process. I want to start by acknowledging that a lot has changed since the era of CPA, of which I was one of the people who happened to be there alongside Felice Takeru, who is here, Dr. Dawit, Abdul, and others. A lot has changed. And also a lot is continuing. In this kind of meeting, it is important for us to do a reflection and an audit on what has changed, what has continued, and how we can provide leadership on the way forward. Within the context of the changes is the geopolitics of the Red Sea. And the Red Sea has shifted from the trade corridor to geopolitical fault lines. And it has also evolved from an innocent waterway to a theater of competition, proxy conflicts, and a strategic alignment. So within this, a lot of challenges has been identified as a result of these geopolitical dynamics by Hafsa and also by Alex and by others. So what it means basically is that our conflict resolution model should adapt to these changing dynamics. Because the Horn of Africa is no longer an isolated space, but rather it is a region that is clearly linked to the Gulf and the Middle East geopolitics. And therefore, the IGAD mediators should understand these dynamics by not only reading the conflict map alone within our region, but also reading the conflict map together with geopolitical maps. From there, we'll be able to get a holistic view on how we will navigate the dynamic of this external and internal context. So increasingly, what is happening therefore is that we must understand our mediation process within the bigger geopolitics rather than the classical conflict resolution that we have been undertaking. Because conflict is no longer confined to internal, but it has external dimensions. And also, with that then comes the need for how do we orient IGAD in a strategic way in order for us to make the best out of their organization. This boils down to leadership. It has been identified yesterday that leadership is key. Leadership is key, and we need to deal with this leadership issue head on. In the past, we were able to deliver on the Sudan peace process, Somalia peace process, South Sudan peace process, because we had a champion, IGAD champion. A member state or one or two of them become champion for IGAD, and we were able to deliver. I'll come back to the champion. But on the dynamic of the Red Sea, geopolitics, IGAD was able to identify that as one of the key challenges, especially when my boss, Dr. Warkene, was the foreign minister of Ethiopia and the chair of IGAD. We were able to have one session, a whole day dedicated to the geopolitics and security of the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden, and we were able to arrive at a number of important resolutions, of which one key resolution was IGAD strategic alignment and working relation with African Union and United Nations so that we are able to navigate, identify, even have a common understanding about the challenges in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. With that, IGAD became a member of African Union panel led by President Mbeki. We were able to engage our heads of states and government, and also together with the leadership in the Gulf, and arrived at a concrete report with key recommendations, a report that has not landed at the Council of Ministers or African Union Peace and Security Council, which we hope it will land soon. The report was finalized some times back, and there is good recommendations on how we can provide leadership and way forward on that. So let me come, one of the aspects of that recommendation is aspects to do with Horn of Africa integration. One of the key problems that was identified by even our own leadership, heads of state and government, think tanks, civil society across the region, was the challenges of integration in the IGAD region and the way forward. Then the second one is how IGAD will navigate on the aspect of the freedom of navigation for the Red Sea and Gulf of Eden, by being part and parcel of a framework, a platform of engagement in this space in order ultimately to develop framework of cooperation. It's ambitious, but it is also a starting point that IGAD can take this matter forward together with African Union and other stakeholders. So that is also in that report. Now let me come to now the main issue here is about what IGAD needs to do. IGAD needs to do several things. Number one, to rebuild institutional cohesion, including outreach to all its member states, including Eritrea. This is important because IGAD will be in a position to consolidate its geographical contiguity. In a region where geography is destiny and exclusion is not a strategy, then IGAD must keep the door open and conduct this strategic outreach at highest level. The door should be open to everyone. The political and the diplomatic engagement should continue, and particularly what is ailing our regional integration should be identified and must be fixed. Of course, the other one is that in the past, during the CPA era, this is where I want to identify two eras of IGAD. The first era of IGAD was the era of IGAD with champion, that is leadership champion. And the second one is the IGAD where the organization is deficient of a champion. Now, during the era of champion, this is what happened. IGAD was able to deliver on its mediation and the conflict resolution. In the era of deficiency of champion, we can see what is happening in our region currently. And what does champion mean? It means just one country or two outside the structure of IGAD to take the process to take the process forward. During the era of champion, this is what happened. Number one, there was a broader worldview and broader engagement in the context of the regional geopolitics and the global geopolitics. During this time, we were able to engage external actors by ensuring that the leadership of IGAD that time were able to display the indispensability of IGAD as an institution. Indispensability of IGAD as an institution. Not that IGAD had a lot of leverage, no. But there was this continuous engagement to ensure that that indispensability was acknowledged, recognized, and there was a working relation between the IGAD leadership, the IGAD champion, and the international partners. And it was during that time that division of labor was very clear. IGAD, where it doesn't have leverage, was able to borrow leverage from international partners in a creative way. So wisdom prevailed, innovation kicked in, leadership had time for their own internal national issues as well as regional issues. And then also they were able to have this broader outlook of the region and the global dynamics. They had a convening power. They were dynamic. Not that those leaders were perfect, but they were dynamic. They displayed pragmatism, and they provided proactive leadership during that time. Currently, we blame geopolitics, challenges of geopolitics. Even during those days, there were challenges of geopolitics. During the Cold War, the challenges were there. Post-Cold War, challenges were there. But the leaders were able to navigate those geopolitical challenges with wisdom and innovation. Wisdom and innovation. So, what this means is that we need to go back to drawing board. We need to go back to drawing board and recalibrate IGAD in order for us to learn from what happened during those days and how we can navigate this issue. I know Felista Keiru is here. At some point, she will also provide us with some reflection. She was part and parcel of the CPA process from the very inception up to the end, and thank you so much.
No, Mohammed, my brother, thank you very much for reminding us. It's true. These issues are not, they're new in a sense, but not new. And it came down to leadership. With the right leadership, we can respond as a continent and respond effectively. Executive Secretary, when I went to law school, I had a very boring lecturer on the law of the seas. And I did not focus on it because the guy was so boring. But today I realized just how important this subject is. After the issue around the Straits of Hormuz, every strait in the world is now a critical area for contestation. A month ago, I was with the SADC Committee of the Elders led by President Kikwete at a strategy session. We were looking at the region of SADC, and there was a discussion on Madagascar. And of course, the discussion was around, the players, the military, Ravala Manana, Rajwalina, all the, etc. And then I said, in the current context, we are missing one point. The strategic geographic positioning of Madagascar. And what is the geographic strategic positioning of Madagascar? It sits on the Mozambique Channel, where 30% of oil tankers pass through there. You think that place is now going to be left alone? After what happened in the Straits of Hormuz, now with the Red Sea, the Mozambique Channel will gain huge attention because it's another choke point. And those with global capital interest realize that that's another choke point. So, unfortunately now, your brother ES in SADC will have a headache on his head also because we will become their attention of the global community. So yes, my brother, leadership matters. Now we have exactly, you took 15 minutes and 10 seconds. That was pretty good. Now we have 30 minutes and we have 4 speakers who have spoken. I will open up the floor. If you can give your suggestions crisply, except you, yes, now you can start.
Thank you very much for giving me the first chance. And so I want to thank the panelists, which really, all of them, except one I didn't listen, that very pertinent with what we were discussing yesterday as well. And also very important, what we are thinking for tomorrow after this session. So I'm feeling that this conference is going very well according to what really we want to get from this conference. So I want to thank Alex, my sister, my brother here, and Dr. Guyo. Of course, you are guiding us very well. So, but 3 points quickly. Alex was trying to provoke me about the how can we navigate the challenge. That's why we are making these discussions. There is no shortcut for these things. And yesterday is not today, and today is not tomorrow as well. So what we are doing is we are learning from our past, pausing, discussing. All experiences are coming to this house that are very important. Geographically, Africa is the same. But in any other dynamics, politically, economically, we may be in different territory. But still, our past will teach us a lot. So one of the point that we are bringing all the Somalia experience, the Sudan previous SPA experience, and others, the Pretoria agreement as well, which is not, people are not talking, I don't know whether failed or still working. Also, there are a lot of experiences that we can bring together here. And yesterday, Abdul and others, they were talking about the definition of the problem. That is also a very important point. But the definition of problem needs rationalization, politicization. There are different ways of seeing things. So which definition is really correct definition is subject to discussion and debate. But we have to make very sure, try to make contextualize the definition, which is not absolute, but which can create a kind of consensus as well. The fragmentation of, the discouraging of fragmentation and taking a collective responsibility is one of the issues yesterday we are raising. So that is one of the weakness not now the multipolar, no, the multilateral institutions are facing, so that we can also, the point that very critical, we can bring a lot of things. We cannot bring a magic bullet that will fix all the problems that we are facing, but still we are here, the same people, tomorrow the new generation. This is how we can go, but we can go very fast. How really we can go very fast, how we can do better is subject to the discussion that we are making and for future. The second point is also very interesting about the issue of comparative advantage and also the era of the champions. Alex mentioned Ethiopia was this, now Kenya was this, maybe Sudan was also, you know, every country in collective responsibility, they may have their own comparative advantage, that is true. But also countries define their policy, their foreign policy, and also their foreign policy instruments based upon what they think internally and what is better for them from inside. We don't have a leverage to influence the people who make policy makers who are designing the way they want, they wish to go to influence the region or the continent as well. So, nature can give you, a number and a geography and so on and so forth. Nature cannot give you the dynamism, which is going very fast. So because of that, there is always a gap. The era of champions, which Dr. Guyo was mentioning, really, are we really, now we are in different contexts and different geopolitical discourse. So really, it works what it was yesterday? This is the thing that we have to rethink. Yesterday's champions became a champions because of the situation, the geopolitical discourse of that time has allowed them to do so. We can choose as a one option, a champion thing, but I am not really stick only on the issue of, there are a lot of things. The strengths of multilateral institutions. Countries come to the clubs, this kind of clubs based upon their own national interests. So really making sure the countries, when they come to that club, including IGAD, they have to be, they make sure that they are, making their own things also. Benefiting from that collection and that collaboration is very important. So my conclusion is, let us think of, the current situation that we are passing through vis-a-vis what is happening. So the points are provocative, and thank you very much to say. And also lastly, my sister, which she mentioned about, saying things as it is very important. In diplomacy, sometimes it's very difficult, She may be, she get a liberty to say whatever she wants. That's very good. But the reality which you have mentioned can be noted very much. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Yes, I was sitting with our president, Ramaphosa, and I said to him, I was mediating in those 6 days of violence we had in South Africa. So I said, President, this is the worst time to be president in a country. And I said, because all the chickens are coming home to roost. Poverty, unemployment, inequality, global stuff, regional stuff, and he has to deal with it. And it's difficult to compare him with his predecessor because they dealt with different situations. I said also to Commissioner Bankole, I told him, you are coming at a very bad time on the continent to deal with the situation. And I'm telling you also, yes, you are in one of the worst times in the IGAD region. So it will call for a lot, and you will have to be judged not by what happened in the past, but what you are doing now and what you are dealing with in the situations. I understand where you are coming from on that. It's more complicated today. Really, the situation, it may be the same dynamics, but the situation is highly complex and complicated on our continent. And we require a lot of forward thinking about where we're going. We have to see the situation down the line and plan for that. Right, let me see. Who else has a hand? Yes, my brother, you have your hand up, so take the floor and then we come here.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. The presentation that has been done yesterday, and particularly today, were very dynamic, refreshing, and what we would like to hear. But the comments that has been following seems to stay out of the course by making a justification that the leaders of yesterday in their context are different than the leaders of today. The leaders of yesterday did not come from heaven. They were leaders, and the leaders of today, if they take the responsibility of what they are looking at, can even do better. IGAD is not a continental body. It is 7 countries with the most integrated people. You have Somalis in Kenya, you have Somalis in Djibouti, you have Somalis in Ethiopia, you have Somalis in Somalia. And if you look around, they are one people. They need the leadership. And where we are looking at the leadership, it's the biggest country. Alex said, with the water and the geography and the Rockies and this and this and that. If these countries and the leadership of IGAD and the leadership of African Union, the 2 leaders, take up that mantle and push it, they can make a big change. Dr. Monaco was a foreign minister, was a senior minister in the previous government. The AU chairman was a foreign minister. They know the leaders of the countries. They need to push. We cannot justify and say the leaders of yesterday were better, the leaders of today are looking. It is how they perceive the problem. That's one. Second, the topic of today, which is the Red Sea context. If, for example, I take 3 examples. Uganda said...
quickly, 3
examples. Quickly. Uganda said some time back they can take the port of Lamu by force because they need a sea outlet. Ethiopia is pushing to take the port of Assab because they need a port. If Egypt says they want to take the high dam of Ethiopia because they need water, what is going to happen? I think the countries of IGAD can join hands, can join forces, can join leadership, and dismantle the idea that each individual country should look down to their own internal economic interests and look at the interests of the region, the potential, what they can do under the leadership of Ethiopia, and address all these issues. They can do it. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Now, my neighbor, you kept me company yesterday. I give you the chance today. Yes, yes, yes.
Perfect. Great. Thank you, Vasu. My name is Natasha, and I'm the AU Political Counselor for the Embassy of Denmark. So great to be here.
It's a country with some small problems about big islands.
Yeah, well, due to one big country, one could argue. But no, thank you very much to the speakers for great presentations. I have two questions. A speaker yesterday said that we are now in the age of disorder. Some could argue that we're one step further and we're in the age of disruption. When we look at the ongoing global geopolitics and dynamics, and multipolarity is really kind of taking up everything we know. So my first question is to Ambassador Alex, because you had this good statement that the EU is sleeping at the wheel. Could you elaborate on that? Like, based on your experience with the Horn, with everything that's going on, what does that exactly mean? As an EU member state and in our EU bubble, we have a tendency, to listen to ourselves and think we're doing a really good job, and yet when someone challenges that perspective, we're like, what does that actually mean? So if you could elaborate on that. And then my second question is to Hafsa. First, great to see a woman in the panel, so thank you for that. But also for shedding light on part of the discussion that's not often presented so clearly. But you also stated the Gulf is for the Gulf, and that mediation has become an integrated part of their foreign policy, and that they are now becoming, or have been, and are even more stronger mediators. You could also argue that they're maybe sometimes trying to mediate conflicts that they are also fueling, on the other hand. So, and I don't expect you to have like the clear answer to this, but what does that mean in terms of Sudan, for example? If they're acting in own interests, which you cannot fault them, they're focusing on mediation, yet they're also back-channeling this conflict, what does that mean for a conflict like Sudan in terms of solving it? Thank you.
Yeah, you know, Afsa is a pertinent question. The Gulf, whether they are mediating, solving problems, they are creating. Like the Europeans, they have been solving problems for centuries, they created. Like the Americans are solving problems, they are creating. So you'll cover all of them, not just the Gulf. Just to put it in perspective. Right, my brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Lawrence Kurbandi. I'm the IGAD Special Envoy for Sudan. And since yesterday, I was listening very carefully, attentively, and paying attention to every details of those who talked here. The reason I was listening and I was not participating, the issue of Sudan. Sudan has become central matter in this conversation. And I appreciate all the colleagues that spoke yesterday and today. There is one thing that I was expecting some good answers as far as Sudan issues are concerned. There are two fundamental challenges that should have been, since Sudan is the center of the whole thing, should have been present and very sufficient answers given to it. One is the fact that Sudan is highly militarized. This is fact. The other thing, when we talked about mediation, types of mediation, transaction mediation, we were very far from the realities on the ground. Let me explain that.
Briefly, if you've got
Yes.
two questions, just sharply.
Yes.
It's time now.
Okay. Regarding mediation, there is cultural mediation that goes beyond transaction mediation in situation of Sudan, because Sudan is multicultural, multi-religious, multi-ethnic, multi-everything. Therefore, mediation, of course, we have not yet started serious mediation in Sudan. Mediation, to be successful in Sudan, should put into account the cultural mediation. And the other military component of it, yesterday we heard about war economy and those who controlled the economy of the country, gold, and name them. And the trend that regionally and internationally, even nationally, is that we should transit from military to civilian governance. That is very brilliant. This is how Sudanese should be. But one thing that we should put into account is that how can we transform military components of those who are fighting in Sudan into civilian, because they control territories, because they have economic powers, because they are the rulers. They are the ones governing there.
Yeah.
And how do you?
I think you got the question.
Yes. How do you transform these military groups into civilian that are carefully or concerned with implementation of peace and coexistence to Sudanese people?
Okay. Now, I think they got the question. I'm also going to say that because we have a few more questions, you will have 1 minute each to round up, so you can start thinking which question you want to answer in 1 minute. Nuruddin, you're an old hat at the game. Make it sharp and short.
Yeah, in bullet points, IGAD, we in Sudan, we pride ourselves of having come with this idea in 1985. And I happen to be part of the team in the foreign ministry that started defining that. So we do not want to be the end of what we have started in 1985. New donorship. In this very city, about 25 years ago, the traditional donors governed within the Somali Aid Coordination Body was bemoaning the fact that the Gulf countries were not participating in the donorship. And now we see the results of what's happening now that they have come. They are kind of a secret sharers, I would say, of IGAD and this region. Revisiting IGAD, I understand that from Executive Secretary that they are preparing for a summit. To my mind, revisiting IGAD in bullet points, member states should re-emphasize their belief in the utility of IGAD and show commitment and political will to continue supporting it. B, re-identify how they can harmonize their collective interests versus their individual states' interests, particularly vis-a-vis other partners, particularly the Gulf countries. C, linked to this, how they can shield themselves and agree on ways and means to survive collectively in a challenging regional and global environment. You touched on this, Basu, earlier. D, and final point, be my brother's keeper. No country is immune from conflict in this region. And while trying to cause problems to some of our brothers, we have to bear in mind this might come back to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nirul. I was afraid you were going to go to Z, but anyway, you stopped at D. Haile, you are also a whole hand, sharp and short. The mic.
The Horn of Africa in general, basically where, you know, if we talk about IGAD, that is the epicenter really of IGAD, has peculiarities. You spoke about the dynamics between the Horn of Africa and across on the other side. Also the importance of this international waterway, you know, it's a common border, how much that impacts on the Horn itself. Well, there's another aspect also, the fact that this region is least impacted by colonialism. The process of nation formation, the process of state formation is also, I think, a dynamic. To what extent do you think that impacts on the ability of IGAD to act as a unified, in other words, a part, you know, represented by IGAD? And what possible remedies to that could be relevant to make IGAD an effective instrument for regional integration? That's my question.
Thank you, Haile. Haile, you know, we have been talking about this state formation thing for not 3 decades, maybe 5 decades. PM, you know, this debate about state formation, while we have been debating for 5 decades, the state has collapsed everywhere. So we need an urgent way to think about this. We need to revive that, because it's a crucial issue you raised.
Yeah, peculiarity about the Horn of Africa, where 3 new nation states have been formed just within the last, nowhere else in the continent has this happened. There is a reason of that. And given that, how realistic can we be if we do ignore that peculiarity about the Horn of Africa also? And to what extent do you think that can be impacted, and what needs to be done, as a recommendation?
The people who are looking at key takeaways must put that down as one of them. This state, it's true what you are raising. PM?
Yeah, just to continue this point, I think just to complicate it further, I think we are also need to look at ourselves in these countries as nations, not nation. Because this is evolving, and it has absolutely, yes, which also links to the issue of the state building. I just wanted to refer to one thing mentioned by Hafsa now that I'm having the floor. A question is about the relationship with the Gulf states. Do we need to look at it as a one-way traffic, that it's an exploitative relationship, or can we think about complementarities and opportunities that could be create a win-win situation for both sides in the current complicated environment?
Can we see do we see the Gulf countries' relationship with us as exploitative, or can we see it as a win-win also? Have I captured it correctly? Yeah. I think it's an important question, because we have been exploited by Europe too, but we are always talking about win-win with Europe. We have been exploited by we talk about win-win. So what is different now? Let us be very frank about it. Let us not go and, say we are friends with someone. Sorry, Alex, but I have no diplomatic thing. I can say what I want to say also. But it's true. So, Afsa, you will address all those questions when we come to you. My brother, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I will be very short. Just in the previous presentation, I think, of Moses, when talking about the legitimacy of the mediation process and so on, I have a question. Given the legitimacy of the process and the legitimate mediators, where can we incorporate national figures, to help the mediation, so that there is a proper understanding, so that the scenarios that you talked about, which was prepared during the CPA, and obviously it was from the beginning, the issue of separation of South Sudan from Sudan was a scenario that, even if it was not in the forefront, but it was key in building the negotiation process since Machakos up to Nefasha. So to avoid that, there is a place now, given the quintet or whatever, is for a national element to be incorporated in the mediation. This is my first point. The second point, which is following actually the last 2 points that have been mentioned, it is just a question, thinking out of the box. When talking about regional integration, how the Gulf is the interconnectedness between the Gulf and so on. If we look into this region, the systems that they are there, the Nile Basin, including the Eastern Basin, then we have got the IGAD, we have got the Red Sea, and so on, and we're talking about regional integration. Is it possible, is it that we can think of regional a sort of federalism between these two systems, so that then we can avoid the questions of the competitiveness, the exploitativeness, etc., etc. So what I'm suggesting here, would we think about these regional systems, federal system for these regional systems? Thank you.
Interesting question. Joe, you have the last question.
I'll be very quick, sort of descending order of age, which, which I appreciate. I was going to tell a story from 2012 about the SAF asking the US government to speak to the Saudis about an important issue, but in the interest of time, I won't say it, but you can ask me over lunch because it's an interesting one. But I was going to show that the US has historically had a very, very hard time engaging on countries like Sudan, taking into account the Gulf.
2 o'clock sharp.
Yeah. So, okay, so all I'm going to say is that I think don't assume that the US participation in the Quad shows a maturing of that, a better understanding of how this place, including Sudan, fits into the wider region. If the dust ever settles and there's an ability to sort of re-engage State Department, NSC, et cetera, about this, I think you can help shape how the US government understands this region's relations in the wider Gulf, Eastern Mediterranean, Turkey, et cetera, which we desperately need and have needed for a couple decades. So, thanks.
So, sorry, I wasn't interrupting you. I was telling the Prime Minister at 2 o'clock sharp he must be back.
Oh, okay.
He was leaving.
I could talk till 2, but no, just kidding.
No, that's fine. Okay, now we have 5 minutes to go to lunch. So there's 4 minutes for you, and I round up in 1 minute. So let us start with you, Mohammed. We give you the floor for 1 minute.
Let me respond to the question about state formation process. Basically, what the state formation process has done in the IGAD region, unlike in other parts of Africa, is to make this process of state formation still work in progress. And the different historical experience was able to create an internal contradictions within our member states. And that's why you realize that there are forces that has come together to challenge the very existence of the modern state in our region, and which has led to breakup of states, collapse of state, failure of governance, and all these kind of things. So that has been that experience. So what can IGAD do about it? IGAD is in a very good position to consolidate a number of these states towards an integration program. Basically, what IGAD did was to take the premium geography of the IGAD region into an authority, Intergovernmental Development on Authority, on development. With that authority now, there's the task for coordination among the member states. With that efficiency of coordination, then will come integration. So this is work in progress. And as we say, it boils down to leadership. Thank you.
It's precisely 59 seconds. Moses, you are next. No. After I'm giving you the last word. Moses, you are next.
I actually didn't want to stand between people and their lunch, and I just wanted to say that I agree with everything that has been said and disagree with everything that has not been said. Right?
This way, to Alex. You are going last.
No, I think I'll give Alex the last word. I just have...
No, you are not chairing. I'm chairing. You will give Alex and you will be the last one.
Europe. When I say it's asleep at the wheel, I see a disruption, the chaos, from a political point of view, as an opportunity to set a new tone and new relationship. I'm a bit worried that what is said out of Europe is not equal to the challenge that people in Africa face. And given that historically I happen to believe the two continents are joined at the hip, then act accordingly and move both the rhetoric and the action. There's an opening for a new approach and way. It's got to do with money, strategy, diplomacy, there are many things. That's one. Haile's question, I think, is a very relevant one, and I'm glad you've said it. And it's many senses the elephant in the room. If you talk about the successes of IGAD, let me put it in a very domestic way. IGAD has successfully negotiated what was eventually a velvet elected divorce in Sudan. It may have to do more of that, or it's going to have to find ways to negotiate and be the psychotherapist for reconciliation within a household. Okay? Therein lies the very interesting challenge, because precisely what Haile is saying, there's so many diverse backgrounds that come together, which is what makes the region so exciting, but also kind of always on edge. And it's somewhere in there that the answer lies. And I think I just want to leave it at that, if I may.
Thank you, Alex. Now let me satisfy your enthusiasm. Afsa, please continue.
Well, that's the reason why I wanted Alex to close, because I think it's important to close on that note, and I appreciate the question as well. The two questions that were asked on the Gulf that I will answer. What does that mean for Sudan in terms of Gulf is for the Gulf? Sudan is not a question of strategic depth or ideological or alliance-driven commitment. It is a core, if not the concrete component of the domestic political, economic, security plans for some, survival for others of the region, of the Gulf countries, particularly those that are most involved. And on the question that Dr. Hamdok posed, although he's now gone, the relationship being exploitative or win-win, to be fair, you decide. If you don't want it to be exploitative, don't give up everything for free. It's very basic. Or don't allow yourselves to fall into that trap. And to be fair, considering we're in Nairobi, Kenya has done a fair job of actually diversifying. If you look at investments and relationships with the Turks, with the Emiratis, with the Saudis, with other partners. So there is certainly ways within which it does not have to be a zero-sum game. But I think that goes back to the point that Alex made at the beginning, which is the autocratic behavior. Where there is no accountability, then there is no pressure to question that alliance.
Okay, food for thought over lunch. Now, let me say what we're going. We are dead on time. So we came right to where we want to be. We have one closing session. We look at the key takeaways. Abdullah has asked me to do a framing discussion, which I will start with, give the opportunity then to the 5 people that were chosen to list the key takeaways, and then the ES will close and give his closing remarks at that time. So that is, if we come in crisp, 1.5 hours. Now what I want you to do, you see, you all have this clock like me. You must take your stopwatch, then you put 50 minutes from lunch. The alarm will go off at 50 minutes, you start walking down here. Don't walk at 2 o'clock to come down here, because then we'll be late. Thank you, have a wonderful lunch, give them a big hand. The Mama CPA, you are here. Wonderful. Good to see you. And then I will pick on a few people else. Is PM is at the meeting or what? He's at the meeting. Yeah, okay. He will join us along the way. It's fine. So let me just start by saying I did yesterday say something about this thing around peace through dialogue, peace through strength. And then what happened to the young man who raised the issue? Ah, you are there. Okay, now you are the African Solutions man. We're going to capture you like that. You know, because I'm supposed to speak now, and I'm also supposed to introduce myself. So I turn around as moderator, and now I introduce Vasu Gaundan. I want to raise two things. Number one, I left my country, South Africa, at a very young age to join our liberation movement in exile, in Zambia, in Lusaka. So I understand this guerrilla movement. And what the difference between the guerrilla movements of the liberation period and the insurgencies of today is not a complete distinction, but partly that the liberation movements came through a political school and had a lot of political training, and were to a large extent ideological also. Today that is missing, and it has become very transactional. Even in, that's why I say not all. Some are still ideological and political, but not too many. This presents us with very clear dangers today. The second is that later years, when I came back into the country in the midst of apartheid, during the state of emergency in South Africa, I was the student president, and I led thousands on the streets of my town, Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, which was one of the most violent provinces at the time. But at the time, again, we went through a political school. All of us as student leaders were skilled, trained by our elders, our political elders, in political philosophy. We were given political education. That's the first. The second is we didn't just go out on the street without preparation. We sat, we prepared, and we executed with military precision the things that we were doing, which we were asked by our liberation movement to make the country ungovernable. We did the ungovernability not with chaos only, but with organized chaos. But our potential to mobilize was very restricted at the time. Today, young people, firstly, don't underestimate that they are not politicized. In their own way, they are politicized. I have a son I know. He's a highly politicized character. They have the ability to mobilize much faster than we could mobilize several decades ago because of social media. So governments cannot respond as fast as they can mobilize. And this is another key factor. These are accelerating factors that governments must take into account. We are dealing with insurgencies, movements, etc., that may not have a political ideology or direction. It becomes difficult to deal with them. And young people who are politicized in their own way about their own issues, but with huge mobilization capacity. So I wanted just to introduce that and then to time myself now, because, you know, if I don't, somebody's going to sit there. Right, now, if you are sitting there with a stopwatch saying, let me catch this character, start your stopwatch now. Okay, now, Abdul, and my dear brother here, Siraj, I congratulate you for the theme. I think the theme is very timely and urgent. Reimagining mediation in a fragmented world, the challenges to African multilateral leadership. And I want to begin with a simple proposition. For many years, those of us in the field of conflict resolution worked within a broad normative assumption that peace is best built through dialogue, negotiation, inclusion, consensus building, and the patient construction of agreements. This was the world of peace through dialogue, as I called it. It was never perfect. It was often slow. It was sometimes elitist. It did not always transform the structural causes of conflict, but it was grounded in an important idea that even enemies must eventually talk, that political problems require political settlements, and that sustainable peace must rest on legitimacy, inclusion, and consent. Today, that assumption is under severe pressure. That's why we are sitting here today. We are witnessing what I called yesterday a global shift toward peace through strength. This is a world in which military advantage is increasingly privileged over negotiated settlement, in which powerful states and external actors pursue transactional deals, in which security pacts are sometimes presented as peace agreements, in which access to ports, minerals, energy corridors, data infrastructure, migration routes, and strategic territory can matter more than the lives and aspirations of affected communities. This shift does not mean that dialogue has disappeared. It means that dialogue is increasingly taking place inside a harder, more transactional, more militarized geopolitical environment. That is why Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance are flying to Islamabad. They're going to negotiate. So negotiation is not dead. Mediation is not dead. It's just happening in a different context. And this is the dilemma that we are facing. If African mediation simply continues with the older model of dialogue, without strategy and leverage, it risks becoming marginal, symbolic, or easily bypassed. But if Africa simply imitates the global turn to hard power, it risks losing what has historically given African-led mediation its legitimacy, its proximity, solidarity, cultural rootedness, inclusivity, political patience, and the ability to build consent. So the question before IGAD is not whether we choose dialogue or strength. The real question is, how do we build a new African mediation model in which dialogue is strengthened by strategy, legitimacy, leverage, and implementation capacity? The old mediation model is no longer enough. That's the first thing I want to raise. The concept note for this conference correctly observes that the dominant paradigm of mediation, slow, elite-centered, and state-centric, is no longer adequate for today's fast-moving, fragmented, and internationally integrated conflicts. This is especially true in the Horn of Africa. Conflicts today are no longer only disputes between two parties sitting across a table. They are complex systems involving governments, armed movements, militias, regional powers, medium powers with interests, global powers, commercial actors, illicit economies, diaspora networks, digital narratives, climate pressures, borderland communities, and traumatized populations. The mediator is no longer managing only a negotiation table. That's the key. The mediator is operating inside an entire ecosystem. This requires a shift from event-based mediation, which we are so used to ecosystem-based mediation. That's what I call it. It is no longer enough to ask who are the parties, what are their positions, and what agreements can they sign. That's the old model. We must also ask today, what political economy sustains the war? Who benefits from the continuation of violence? Which external actors are enabling or constraining the conflict? What regional rivalries are feeding the crisis? Which grievances are being excluded from the formal process? What security guarantees are credible? What implementation mechanisms will survive after the signing ceremony? What is the public legitimacy of the process, and who has leverage to ensure compliance? These are the questions we need to ask. Secondly, mediation must become strategic again. The second shift is that mediation must be restored as a political instrument, not merely a facilitative technique. We started there, Abdul, and somehow we got to become a facilitative technique. Too often, mediation is reduced to process management. We are also responsible for that. Shuttle diplomacy, Pekka, agenda setting, drafting text, convening meetings, and encouraging compromise. Alex, familiar? All of that is familiar, right? That's what we've been doing. Those skills remain important, but in the present environment, they are insufficient. The mediator must understand power. The mediator must understand incentives. The mediator must understand sequencing. The mediator must understand regional security architecture, must understand war economies. The mediator must understand when dialogue is being used in good faith and when dialogue is being used tactically to buy time, regroup, rearm, or legitimize battlefield gains. This is the key question that the Iranians ask about the Israelis and the Americans and Israelis ask about the Iranians. Are they in the negotiations to buy time, or are they genuinely in the negotiations? This is where the shift from peace through dialogue to peace through strength becomes critical. If the world is moving towards strength, African mediation cannot remain naive about power. Let me repeat that. If the world is moving towards strength, African mediation cannot remain naive about power. But Africa's answer should not be militarized peacemaking. Africa's answer should be strategic peacemaking. That means mediation must be backed by, first, coherent regional political leadership. Second, agreed African non-negotiables. Third, credible pressure on spoilers. Fourth, alignment between mediation, sanctions, incentives, reconstruction, humanitarian access, and security guarantees. Fifthly, a disciplined relationship with external partners. And sixth, a clear implementation architecture. Without these, mediation becomes a ceremony. With these, mediation becomes a political strategy. Number three, legitimacy is not optional. It is power. The third shift is that legitimacy must be understood as a form of strength. In the current global environment, some may think legitimacy is secondary to power. I would argue the total opposite. In fragmented conflicts, legitimacy is one of the few forms of power that African multilateral institutions still possess and must protect. IGAD's comparative advantage is not that it can outspend or outgun external powers. It cannot. IGAD's comparative advantage is that it is regional, proximate, historically embedded, politically recognized, and capable of convening African actors around an African agenda. The concept note also correctly states that African multilateral institutions are relevant when they can set an agenda and convene regional actors and international partners to accept the legitimacy of that agenda. This is the heart of the matter. In a fragmented world, IGAD must become not only a mediator of conflicts, but a custodian of legitimate regional order. That requires a model of mediation that is not only elite-centered. Of course, leaders and armed actors must be engaged. They have guns, they have armies, they have constituencies, and territorial control. But if the process ends there, it will produce narrow bargains, not sustainable peace. A next-generation mediation model must therefore have layered legitimacy. Track 1, formal political and security negotiations. Track 2, engagement with civil society, women, youth, religious leaders, elders, business, and intellectuals. Track 3, community-level grievance mapping and local peace infrastructure. Track 4, regional and international alignment around agreed parameters. Track 5, public communication to prevent misinformation, manage expectations, and build social ownership. This is how mediation becomes not only an agreement between elites, but a process that societies can recognize, defend, and sustain. Fourthly, a new model, strategic mediation ecosystems. I would therefore propose, Siraj, that IGAD consider developing what I would now call strategic mediation ecosystem model. This model has 7 elements. First, strategic diagnosis before mediation. It was raised here also. Before launching a process, IGAD should conduct a rigorous systems analysis. This should include political economy, regional alignments, military balance, external actors, war financing, community grievances, humanitarian pressure, climate stress, and social media narratives. The purpose is to avoid mediating the visible conflict while missing the hidden conflict system. This is crucial because we tend to do this. We tend to mediate what we visibly see, and we tend to ignore the hidden conflict system. The second, African agenda setting, African solutions. IGAD must not enter every process as a reactive convener. It must define the political horizon. What outcome is the region seeking? A ceasefire? A transition? A federal bargain? A security sector compact? Humanitarian access? Restoration of constitutional order? Regional non-interference? Protection of civilians? Without a political horizon, mediation becomes process without direction. Third, coherent regional leadership. The Horn is too strategically important for fragmented mediation. Competing tracks weaken African leadership. They allow parties to forum shop. They create incentives for spoilers. They allow external actors to divide the region. IGAD, the AU, the UN, neighboring states, and key external partners must work within a structured coordination framework, with IGAD positioned as the legitimate regional anchor. Fourth, inclusion designed for influence, not symbolism. Inclusion designed for influence, not symbolism. Inclusion must go beyond inviting women, youth, and civil society to side events. Their inputs must shape the agenda, the agreement, the monitoring architecture, and the post-agreement recovery framework. Inclusion must move from participation to influence. Fifth, leverage and incentives. Mediation must be connected to consequences. There should be incentives for compliance and costs for obstruction. These may include recognition, reconstruction support, phase sanctions relief, regional guarantees, access to development finance, security arrangements, or targeted pressure against spoilers. Dialogue without leverage is vulnerable to manipulation. Sixth, implementation from day one. Too many agreements fail because implementation is treated as an afterthought. We're all guilty of that. Implementation must be designed before the agreement is signed. That means timelines, guarantors, monitoring mechanisms, funding verification tools, dispute resolution procedures, and consequences for non-compliance. Seventh, adaptive learning. Conflicts evolve. Mediation systems must evolve with them. IGAD should have a living mediation architecture, one that learns, adjusts, reviews assumptions, monitors risks, and updates strategy in real time. 5, what this means for IGAD. If IGAD wants to assert leadership in this new environment, it must move from being only a convener of mediation processes to becoming a regional strategic mediation platform. I would suggest 6 practical steps for IGAD to engage in doing that. 1, establish an IGAD mediation strategy and analysis cell. This should be a standing capability that provides real-time political analysis, conflict mapping, scenario planning, stakeholder mapping, and war economy analysis. It should support envoys before, during, and after mediation. I'm sure the special envoy for Sudan would value such a thing. 2, develop an IGAD mediation doctrine for fragmented conflicts. We all have doctrines for conflict. We're talking about fragmented conflicts. IGAD should codify lessons from Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, and the wider Horn. This doctrine should define how IGAD mediates when authority is fragmented, when external actors are involved, when war economies are entrenched, and when parties negotiate in bad faith. 3, create a regional mediation support roster. This should include senior mediators, political analysts, constitutional experts, security sector experts, gender and youth specialists, humanitarian experts, communication specialists, and implementation monitors. We have a lot of experience in all of that. We need to codify it. We need to bring it together. The future mediator will not be one person. It will be a team. 4, build an IGAD AU-UN coordination support compact. This compact should clarify roles before crises escalate. IGAD should lead on regional legitimacy and proximity. The AU should provide continental authority and normative backing. The UN should provide global legitimacy, technical capacity, humanitarian reach, and Security Council interface. External partners should support, not substitute, African leadership. External partners should support, not substitute, African leadership. African solutions to African challenges, inclusive of partners. 5, institutionalize inclusive legitimacy. IGAD should develop standing mechanisms for youth, women, civil society, religious leaders, elders, borderland communities, and private sector actors to feed into mediation processes. This should not be decorative. It should influence mandates, options, agreements, and monitoring. 6, link mediation to regional resilience. Peace agreements must be connected to development, governance, livelihoods, climate adaptation, food security, infrastructure, and cross-border cooperation. People will not defend peace if peace does not improve their lives. This is very important. Now, in conclusion, let me conclude where I began. The world is shifting from peace through dialogue to peace through strength. For Africa, this creates both danger and opportunity. The danger is that African mediation may be and is being sidelined by transactional geopolitics, militarized diplomacy, and externally brokered deals that produce temporary security arrangements but not sustainable peace. The opportunity is that African institutions can redefine mediation for this new era. But to do so, we must be honest. Dialogue alone is not enough. Process alone is no longer enough. Elite agreements alone are no longer enough. Neutrality without strategy is no longer enough. Our task is to build a new generation of African mediation practice that is principled but not naive, inclusive but not symbolic, strategic but not militarized, and legitimate but also capable of shaping outcomes. For IGAD, the challenge is not simply to mediate conflicts. It is to help rebuild the political authority of African multilateral leadership in one of the world's most strategically contested regions. This is the meaning of reimagining mediation in a fragmented world. Thank you. Now that I thought, Abdul, because that's what you asked me to do, was to give a broad framing of the challenges that we are facing and where we should be taking this. You ask for new models, for creative models. And what I tried to present in this document was that innovation, to try to see how we innovate, how we build new mechanisms. For people like myself who've been at this for 3 decades, you know, when I was in the US at the Georgetown University, a colleague said to me way back, 1989, 1990, said, remember 89, the Berlin Wall fell. And a colleague said, Condoleezza Rice. Joe, you know Condoleezza Rice, eh? Condoleezza Rice was a Sovietologist. She studied Sovietology. And in 1989, her world came crashing down because the Soviet Union collapsed. And when I looked at this peace through strength and saw it coming with Gaza and Ukraine and now with Iran and Venezuela, and I felt despondent. Because for us also in this field, it was like our world collapsed. Everything we built over 3 decades, it looked like it just collapsed. And that we were now in the midst of a new era, and we have no role in this new era. And so we had to sit and think. And I, with my colleague Senzo is here, last week we came through a strategy session where we mapped out our next 5-year strategy that will take us into our 40th year as an institution. ACCORD will be 40 years by the time we finish our next 5-year strategy. And we came out of it optimistic that there is a role, that we have to be brave to shape the new world. We can't sit back and be shaped by a new world. So as we close now and we call up the people, this is the challenge. The challenge is Let us shape this world. Me, I am determined, as I ever was on the day I founded the Accord 34 years ago. I had huge aspirations. And today, I think I'm still energetic enough, Pega, to have the same aspirations. We will, a month ago, we hosted, Abdul was there, some of the other colleagues were there, when we had this meeting on African agency. We had 50 Africans, the deputy chairperson of the AU was there, the head of peace and security, Bangole, was there, the head of CISA was there, Amata, the head of AU, APRM of NEPAD, AUDA, Women, Peace and Security, Liberator was there, Amina Mohammed came through, Ibrahim Gambari was there, Francis Deng, the oldies were there, and just the thinkers of Africa, 40 of us, in a room, in one big square, talking about African agency. And we talked for a whole day. And the second day we met with our European counterparts. Your Director General of Foreign Affairs, Pega, was there. She came, she participated, so too did Spain and Portugal and many of the other European countries on the second day. The first day was us as Africans meeting. The second day we met with our European counterparts to say, this is the relationship we want as Africa with the rest of the world, starting with you as Europe. We are going to meet with the Gulf countries. We are going to meet with Latin America, North America, to say to them, this is Africa. We are now talking to our heads of state to say we need a few heads of state to champion this. We need our former heads of state to come together. And we need to reassert African agency. Now, let me ask Semir, come and join us. Don't drink my dawa, it's sitting there. Majak, I gave you some pointers. Don't ask me questions, just give some contributions. Paul Simon, handy. There's a chair for you, my brother, come. Just keep down. No, you can sit there. Majak will go there. Paul Simon will go. Stephanie, come. Pekka, why don't you join us there? And then we come to the second group. Or Abdul Shah, we have everybody together. Yeah. Okay. You know, Sam, you are down there, but I can't bring more chairs here now. But in deference to Felicita, I have to find a chair for you here. And then maybe, why don't you pull your chair up there? Is there a place? Don't fall off the edge. Where our whole continent is falling off the edge. We don't want you also. Just go and sit there quietly in the corner and keep your balance. It's like a balancing act. My brother, here, what about a chair? We give Mama Sipi a good chair. In deference to your age, we must give you a good chair. Right. They're bringing a chair for you. Haile, you are our senior brother, you know. So when they are all giving their views on their takeaways, I like you to, because you are good at capturing these things. So I like you to sit there quietly and capture them. And then I will ask you to come and give us your capturing of that. Right. Now, Mama Action. Why don't, no, Mama Action is a politician in South Africa. They call Mama Action. This is Mama CPA is much more different. So, Kairu, what would be your key takeaway? If you left here and somebody said you went to that IGAD thing, was this another talk shop? Or did something really substantive come out? What would you say?
First of all, I greet you all and say that I'm here on behalf of General Subeyo. I think most of you know him. And I came to listen. I didn't know I would participate. But I have been with General Subeyo since the CPA and through Access in Addis, and now we are in Tumaini. And looking through peace processes and the role of the region, I feel very enriched yesterday and today when I have listened to people making presentations, many of which are from research and also from experience. And so I consider it a worthy of understanding to hear those in peacemaking commenting on mediation. Nobody really talked about the situation room in mediation, because I think where I'm coming from and maybe what General Subeyo would have come from is from the situation room where the factors which have been described here take place. Just now we had the need to look at the conflict, analyze it, strategize, and then go on. But from my experience, what I have heard is a war breaks out in South Sudan on the 23rd of Christmas of December. On 27th, there is a summit. And after 4 days, the mediators are convened and the parties are there to discuss. And so it is a very fast-moving process that you are involved in, such that there is no time. All those things like analysis, strategy, come out in the negotiating table. But what we have now here is that mediation have come to a stage where it must transform, because the world has transformed and it is also changing. And so is the multilaterals, IGAD in this case, and the African Union ready for change or for that transformation? Is the mediation, you know, we don't really have a set of mediators put along. It is a multilateral organization which has many compartments on what to do, and it is called to mediate. So personalities are identified who will come and do the mediation. And in this case, you find that there is a lot of considerations that are made, political interests. In this case, where we had the CPA, it was the subcommittee on the Sudan, which was mainly the front states of Sudan. And therefore, the structure was very well crafted, and it started from the lowest level. General Subeyo was not alone. He was incorporated with the ambassadors, IGAD ambassadors, who were resident ambassadors here in Kenya. And therefore, the movement was really structured from ambassadorial level to the summit level. And so the ambassadors and the special envoy could report directly to the ambassadors, to the summit. And then secondly, the partners who came to support were very willing. And this is why today we have the transition where partners have become not as partners to support, but yesterday they were called hybrid actors. You know, they come with interests. I think during CPA we didn't see that interest very much demonstrated. Partners were very willing to come and support in the form of finances, and they wanted results. And the results they were expecting resonated with what the mediation was doing. And so I can say during CPA negotiations, things were quite different from what I saw in Addis in 2015 and 2016, where there were so many actors with different interests, influencing the parties such that, development or progress was really, was really hindered. So in this case, we find that mediation is changing. And so what is IGAD doing? When does mediation start? Is it when the parties come to the table? Do we have signs that something wrong is going to happen, so we take care of it? Then there is the process. Then there is after the mediation. It's like the mediator is left behind and the implementation goes on somewhere else. And so there is lack of continuity in this sense. And so in this, the first recommendation to IGAD, from my view, is that mediation must be structured. There must be times, and somebody referred to that this morning, that it is good to monitor situations as they develop, situations as they occur, and the situations after. Because mediation, also referred to here yesterday as a ceasefire. Mediation is a ceasefire because you bring the protagonists from the field, they were fighting with guns, and they come to the negotiation table, and there they start fighting. Sometimes you have to keep tables far apart so that the fight does not break out in the room. And so you go on, crossing the gaps. Not that they have stopped fighting. Sometimes when mediation is going on, there is fighting in the field. And so in that case, you have a lot of, putting off fires here and there. But I must say that when this happens and everything is agreed, even when the agreement is signed, going back there, the same people where problems have not been resolved, they have only agreed to resolve them on paper. And so when they go there, who supervises them? The mediator doesn't go with them. The institutions that have been set are institutions made of themselves. And so they go back there and almost it starts from where it had stopped. And it goes on. And with the CPA, actually, you find that when they went, there was a lot of things. It was yesterday when it was discussion about comprehensive peace agreement, as it is called. Really, it was comprehensive. SPLMA would not hear of anything being left out because there had been other agreements before. And so they wanted every detail of what was discussed on the table to be on paper. And so when they went there, not many things were implemented. The only thing that was pursued with the determination was the right for self-determination, and it happened through the referendum. The other things, the root causes, which were there in the DOP, were the same root causes that were discussed in IGAD, and they are the same root causes being discussed in the Tumaini initiative. That means the root causes have not been addressed in the process, in 3 consecutive processes. And then number 2, the other one is about, does mediation interfere with the sovereignty of a country? Does the outcome of a process also interfere? This is a question which is very genuine, because an agreement really literally changes the constitution of that country. The agreement is incorporated into the constitution. And here you find that the participants of the mediation really, are they really representative, or they were only those brave ones who decided to fight, and so they found their place on the negotiation table? And that is another question about the sovereignty of that country. When you negotiate with a government, it is very difficult because the government always asserts itself even on the negotiation table. You know, we are the government. Let them say what they want. They are the ones who started fighting. Let them tell you what they want. And so it is acrimonious like that. And even when the agreement is signed, it continues to be so. And so when they go back, then you find that the process is not followed to the conclusive end. And so what do you do when the sovereignty is at stake? You know, bilaterally you find that those who are in mediation have bilateral issues with the government of that state. So in that case, therefore, there is the sovereignty of the state factor, which needs to be considered and pursued to the end. Then the other, maybe I just to finish, is the...
I have to can conclude.
I can conclude, yes. Then the other one is the use of leverage. Does IGAD have the leverage to use in its member states? You see, when you have a problem with a neighbor, it's easier to resolve it than a distant neighbor to come to resolve it. And I think this is where IGAD has an advantage over any other multilaterals who may come from very far, because you are neighbors, you share many things, and so you have the leverage to hold back or release because you are the next neighbor. Then we also have, just to conclude, transition is always very difficult. IGAD is as strong as those 7 flags which are there. And so it is the strength. The organization takes advantage of its membership and confronts them to decide what they want. So in that case, I think involvement of IGAD to the highest political level. Just to give an example, when we were doing CPA, there was a relapse in the peace process. And the donors, for that reason, because they wanted a political solution, they withheld the money. Why? Because they said there was no political involvement in the process. Nothing was happening. And the summit took place in after a year, the summit took place, the IGAD summit, and then there was change of envoy, there were many changes brought into the process, and there was political involvement, you know, shuttle diplomacies, Freds talking to Freds, money was provided, and then the resolution came to an end. And so in that case, therefore, the hybrid actors in this case, IGAD should be able to work together with those actors, but on the basis of the interests of the region and the country that is involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felicita. In deference to the long experience you had, I allowed you to give us and share with your experience. We have, of course, the greatest respect for General Sumbeyo. I've worked with him before, and even he gave us a manuscript to publish his book, but our head of research is here. Senzo, did we publish the book for General Sumbeyo? Now, Semir, your key takeaway, you're younger than me.
Obviously. Thank you.
I don't know. But the question I ask is, do you feel betrayed now by our generation? That we are here, now we are at this point, we are sitting here and babbling away, giving you all our experiences on what we do, and we are leaving you in the middle of a cesspool of problems, which of course, you know, we will go off into the sunset with our retirement money, but you are going to be carrying the can. You know, how do you, and so what is your key takeaway from here? These people talk nonsense or what?
No, thank you very much. I mean, this is a very fruitful conference by all means. And I would like to present my key takeaways in the form of paradoxes, because it helped me to ask questions, more questions, rather than provide solutions or answers to those questions. And it's good to think them in terms of ironies, in terms of paradoxes, because one, it helps us to understand them from an analytical point of view, but also because paradoxes do not have very easy answers, right? So that's what I would like to focus on. So two paradoxes. The first paradox for me, as a key takeaway from this conference, is that those same factors that necessitate mediation are also the same factors that complicate it, that make it very, very difficult. And the second paradox for me is that African agency, which I'll be talking about a bit, is needed most at this time. But we were also living in a moment where African agency is at its weakest. So the first paradox, the factors that necessitate mediation also make it very, very difficult. So on the one hand, we need mediation for a number of reasons, as many of you have suggested, right? One, we are living in the midst of more wars, not less wars. And these conflicts, wars, are high intense in nature, very destructive. They're also quite durable. And they also have this tendency of regionalization, right? They bring together a number of nodal points at the same time. And hence, we need mediation to overcome this kind of high-intensity, durable warfare in our region, especially the Horn of Africa. But there is another reason why we need mediation efforts. It's precisely because, as many of you have noted, we are living in a significantly shifting international political system. The world is no more governed by principles and values, institutions, international law. Not that it was governed with all of these things before, but now that the major players, the major actors have explicitly rejected some of these very important foundations of the international system. So that is a very, volatile, very chaotic international regional politics. And hence, we need mediation to prevent conflicts, to reduce and manage conflicts as well. But on the other hand, these same problems make mediation a daunting task at the same time, right? War and politics have lost their traditional sense. War has been privatized, disorganized, depoliticized, instrumentalized for political, economic reasons, criminalized to a significant extent as well. And international politics has lost its foundations as well, right? So these things have their own implications for mediation in at least three ways. One, they make mediation very difficult to come by because we have a multitude of actors. And when mediation comes by, when it exists, it's very difficult to coordinate it because it's highly fragmented. And then when it is possible to coordinate mediation efforts, it is very difficult to take mediation beyond ceasefire. It's very difficult to take mediation into the realm of comprehensive peace agreements, right? So mediation is very important. We need mediation now. But those reasons that made mediation very important have also made it increasingly, extremely, extremely difficult. In other words, one very important key takeaway for me is that peace process is taking the image of war itself. Just like war is instrumentalized and privatized and disorganized, peace is also following the footsteps of war. It's becoming increasingly fragmented, privatized, instrumentalized for political, economic reasons at the same time, right? And this poses a very important dilemma for us as African agents, right? On the one hand, we need to aspire the return of the lost world, of the world of comprehensive peace agreements and values and international law, international norm. And at the same time, we need to live with the existing reality of fragmented peace, fragmented war, regionalization of war, and high-intensity war, and so on and so forth, right? And it forces us to accept many steps as major achievements, right? So that is the dilemma we live in, basically. And probably the one way forward we need to think about is how to bring those two things together. The aspiration for comprehensive peace agreements, for the reinserting of politics into peace processes on the one hand, and on the other hand, living with, accepting the reality of the world we live in at the same time. And this requires a very huge dose of African agency, which takes me to the second irony. Key takeaway
very
from
briefly, the last one.
Yes. Key takeaway from this meeting. And that is, we are living in a moment where we need African agency most, right? But at the same time, African agency, in my view, is at its weakest. And African solutions for African problems should be seen from this angle as well. And one of the things that discussion today and yesterday missed, in my view, is that African agency should not be assumed to exist. It has been significantly eroded by warfare, major wars that have weakened societies and they have weakened states, the two most important custodians of African agency, right? African states, especially in our part of the world, in the Horn of Africa, in Sudan, in Ethiopia, states have lost their capacity to protect their citizens. And wars have also weakened societies. They have deprived them of their agency. And politics is now being dominated by warlords, paramilitary forces, and so on and so forth, right? So what does African agency mean in this kind of context, right?
Briefly.
So, and hence, my concluding point is that, number one, we need to develop a model for pragmatic idealism. What does this look like, right? We need to build on the presentations of, Juan and Vasu and Moses earlier. We need to develop a framework to understand what pragmatic idealism looks like going forward, and what it means for, a grounded but aspirational mediation process in the Horn of Africa. And number two, this is my final point, we should not just assume African agency exists out there. We need to work to build it from the scratch as well. Through those mini processes of consultations and dialogue, we need to work not just to forge pragmatic realism of mediation, but through those mediations, African agency should be rebuilt and thrive, or enable to thrive once again. Those are my two takeaways.
No, thank you. Now, I'm going to ask the others, you have to make two takeaways in a shorter time now. Nuruddin, you remember in Arusha, when Mandela was addressing the Burundian parties and Bill Clinton was there, and Mandela said, all of you here sitting here, you are so intelligent. You got a doctorate. You have got this. You are an engineer. You are here. What is wrong with you people? Why can't you agree? You remember that? He got very angry. Now, Majok, my brother, you hold an MSc in quantitative finance and a PhD in financial economics from SOAS, University of London. You also hold an MSc in security sector management and an MA in war studies. That's a lot of degrees. And then you were the Deputy Director of Intelligence in South Sudan.
In Sudan.
In Sudan.
Yeah.
And the Minister of Defense.
Well,
in South Sudan. Now, I'm reading here on your profile. What is IGAD doing wrong now? Because you have all these intelligence people, intelligence and intelligent people. What is IGAD doing wrong? If I ask you for one takeaway, what is IGAD doing wrong now? They have been there for I don't know how long.
Well, thank you very much. This has been quite engaging session, especially for today. I've learned a lot of things, and this builds on a very beautifully crafted and framed theme for this meeting, which is reimagining mediation in a fragmented world. And I want to start from that premise. We talk of a fragmented world, and in other words, this is the new world order that nobody ordered. These are not my words, but some intelligent people somewhere try to rephrase the current dilemmas in those eloquent words that this is the new world order that nobody ordered. But then what is causing all these shifts to this fear of chaos and unpredictability? That is very important. You have, those who presented, the panelists that presented opinions and positions a few days ago pointed quite a number of them out. Some were attributed to major geopolitical shifts, and some were contributed to issues related to human security, actually, things like pandemic, things like pandemics, things like human or man-made calamities, all combining with all kind of wars, because all this play out in a recursive loop. You know, you have a natural disaster here, the next day you have a scarcity of resources, you know, and people end up, you know, fighting over those scarce resources, like things like pastures, things like trade opportunities, and all those kind of things. So the impacts in the last few years on the international arena have been so massive, and the spillover effect to all continents, to all regions, have been quite considerable. And in our case, in the Horn of Africa in particular, given our strategic position, and this is also historical, maybe dynamics have changed, but problems of the Horn of Africa, problems of the Red Sea, problems connected with hydropolitics are not new things. Maybe they are getting reimagined given the new realities, but these are things that different generations have lived with in this part of the continent. And therefore, understanding the causes of the shifts, and which you have correctly outlined, and the rest of the people who made presentations, is very important. Not every event that...
Give us one key point, because I see they are telling me time is running out.
Yeah, okay. Not every event that defined the moment. And most of these events seem to be externally generated. Much of it really did not depend on local dynamics. Even if you look at war in Sudan, for example, there are a lot of underlying causes that are far away from the local dynamics of Sudan. Take, for example, the war in Yemen, the deployment of RSF in Yemen, the deployment of the Sudanese forces in Yemen, and their interactions with the Gulf states at that strategic level, you know, had its own spillover effects in driving and in steering, you know, internal crisis in Sudan in a way. So what I want to say is that we have to focus on these important geopolitical shifts, these major events, some of which are related to our own internal crisis, but some of which come as a result of a spillover of major global crisis. Number two, we have talked extensively, and this is going to be my last point because a lot of ground has already been covered. We try to look at the civil wars, and the whole idea of what causes the civil war is trying to come back into the picture. And there have been a lot of economic drivers of the civil war, things having to do with greed and all that. Others have talked about local grievances that are embedded in the causes of civil war.
Just end with one quick takeaway.
Yeah, this is very important.
Short one.
But then, how do this play into the current picture? And this is the picture of fragmentation. You're talking of fragmented scene, fragmented security arena. How does it happen? What is the best state of nature that we aspire to? It's actually to have a state, and a state is a monopoly. This is all that we want. But then, the moment we lose that, and the security arena begins to fragment in the way it has fragmented in Sudan, you can say basically now you have two main actors. This is a kind of duopoly. If you are talking of a political marketplace, a possibility of this degenerating into a kind of a competitive market, which would mean you have multiple actors dominating the scene, is not far-fetched. So you delay the mediation, this is the result you get.
Okay,
The security
so
arena
will
becomes
that be
more,
your key takeaway from
yeah.
here? Okay, wonderful. Now, Samuel, you know, wait, before that, Siraj, IGAD, you must bring all these very bright people in one room for one day, tell them to tell us now what we must do. Because even me, I'm tired sometimes, you know, that it goes in. And now you are young, Samuel. Samuel, if you start talking like us forever and a day, you'll be in the same problems we are in now. 20 years from now, you're going to tell some young person, I'm leaving you with a bad legacy. So don't leave us a bad. One takeaway, I said.
Thank you very much. I'm not that young, maybe.
But you are younger than me, so one takeaway.
Yeah, that's right. My takeaway actually came from you.
Okay. You can have
when you said our agency for mediation is eroding because these days the currency of peace through strength is totally absent in Africa. That is very, very important because as the global environment changes, what else do we have in hand? And so that was one of my quick takeaways.
Yo, this man has a bright future. Paul Simon, my brother, give us one key takeaway.
Come on, I'm one of those who were asked yesterday to prepare for it. So I have more than one key takeaways, but I'll be fast.
Did you say more than one, or you told him one takeaway?
I'll be fast. Don't worry. Don't worry. You were asked to reinvent mediation in 2 days of plenary. this is an impossible job. But, I mean, the program was packed. I have a couple of issues I think are important for IGAD for the next months and years. First of all, many speakers have addressed the issue of state building in various dimensions. And Alex Rondo said the Horn of Africa is a region at war. I see that as a process of state building, but the Horn has peculiarities. Africa's only region where secession has been successful, but also Africa's highest ranking regions with the number of interstate wars. Wars in Africa are generally internal; they are not interstate. But in the Horn, we have a surprising amount of interstate wars. So these processes have an impact on IGAD. It impacts regional cooperation. I'm not even talking about regional integration, which is the end state of cooperation. So it's difficult to build trust and under those circumstances. But as Ambassador Guyo was saying, we have no alternative. We have to make IGAD work. The next takeaway is the role of hegemons. APSA was built on the predicament that some states will carry more responsibility than others in driving the process. It worked relatively well in the first decade, maybe and a half of the existence of APSA, but then it started fading out. Particularly in the last 6 years, I mean, hegemons have become more inward-looking because of their state-building contradictions, actually. We had the example of Ethiopia being responsible in the Horn of Africa of security and Kenya of business, of economy. But this situation is actually not peculiar to the Horn. It's symptomatic of what is happening to most hegemons in Africa. This could also be an opportunity for smaller countries with diplomatic clout, because hegemons don't necessarily have to be the biggest country.
And the last point?
The last point is maybe the trap of bureaucracy. Someone, a good friend of mine was remarking one day that the AU's best successes in mediation happened when the AU didn't have a dedicated mediation unit. Since then, the AU has actually not been able to properly get peace agreement. So one was suggesting that IGAD should build a small, he insisted on small, mediation unit. It should really be small. IGAD should not try to replicate what the UN has, or, okay, the AU is not a great example. Bureaucratizing mediation will mean that actually architecture will take precedence over competence and over leadership. This is a trap that IGAD should be avoiding. It's not about big bureaucracies.
Very true. Architecture will trump leadership and competence.
The last point that...
No, that was your last point. So I was really just emphasizing it. Thank you, Paul Simon. Now, don't take a chance now. You know, Pekka Havisto, just to tell you how long this man has been involved in Africa, I had dinner at his house in Finland with Salim Ahmed Salim. You remember, Pekka? We came there, you hosted us very nicely at your house. Why I raised that? Because, you know, Salim Ahmed Salim was long ago. That's how long Pekka has been involved. He's not a sucker for punishment that he takes this new job from the UN. It's just that he's a very good friend of Africa and very committed to Africa. So Becca, you are an old hand at the game. Sitting here, listening to us, what are your key 3 takeaways? I'll give you 3.
Well, I was preparing to give only 1, but now you are very generous with 3. Let me start actually with security architecture and the role of IGAD in this region. I think when the Soviet Union collapsed, at that time President Mauno Koivisto said that some people think that when many things are changing, everything has changed. And this is actually true probably at this moment. We might think that the whole world has changed, but it's not changed totally. So we might maintain something, some good practices also in the mediation. That's my first point. My second point actually is to my hometown, Helsinki, because Helsinki process was mentioned many times on the security processes, and definitely it should be a model in many places of the world, and it could be used in Africa. I just give one warning. The Helsinki process also had a Trojan horse. It has the basket number 3 about the freedom of the press and freedom of the civil liberties and so forth. And probably that was the process that when everybody think that the Helsinki process was maintaining the status quo, actually Helsinki groups were established in the Eastern Europe to advocate this kind of civil rights, and that maybe the result was maybe fall of the Berlin Wall. So actually it was an interesting process, but that part of the history should be also remembered. And then actually my last point is an issue where I disagree with some of the speakers, and it's about the role of the African mediation. Many of you are thinking that it's some kind of failure if African Union or IGAD or they both cannot handle all the mediation processes. And I'm thinking that it's a strength that we, for example, have the quintet now doing the Sudan process with the UN, with the EU, with the League of Arab States and so forth. And actually the very similar argumentation that was used here, that independent states, sovereign states are forming coalitions, are forming organizations like African Union. Now multilateral organizations are in such a weak position that they can unite their strengths and working according to their best knowledge and all the capabilities that they have. And I think it's a huge strength that we are working in that format now in the peace process in Sudan. And then I end with the issue that I have learned from the Sudanese. Sudanese usually are saying, at least in the end of the discussion, that Sudan would be a perfect country, but it has terrible neighbors, and these neighbors are meddling the Sudanese life. And my answer always to that is that in the whole neighborhood, you are the most terrible kid. So you look to the mirror. You have caused most of our troubles, and you have occupied most of our activities, mediation activities, and so forth in the history. So look in the mirror is also sometimes good. Thank you.
Now I'm going to make an offer. PM, you are here now. I'm going to make an offer even in your name now. Becca has been a very good friend to Africa. Becca, we are offering now also African solution to European problems. Please call us when you're in trouble. You are in a troubled neighborhood. You have a big brother next to you. You have a lot of troubles. PM, are you okay? You're going to come. Will you please make time? You will go, eh? Becca, that is an offer. If the big brother problems, borders and all of that, call us. We have a lot of experience in this thing. We can help. Stephanie, you think we should go and help others, or we are destroying your future already and that we should just stay here and destroy it more?
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to share my insights on, I think, what is an extremely important issue for our continent. I think I'll just pick up from where Pekka left and just say that it is so unfortunate to see that the sort of new wave of mediation is characterized by self-interest. And before, peace in Kenya, or rather peace in Sudan, or peace in Somalia, or peace in Ethiopia meant peace for Kenya. And I say Kenya because this is where I live. And so that used to be the notion, whereas now it's more characterized by by self-interest. So I would say, you know, that then this ties into the question that I asked yesterday. This is where we have to be, I think, very deliberate about the mediators that we're choosing to sit on our table. And this is where IGAD and the African Union have an opportunity to really own, like I said, the process and influence the outcomes. But I think I'll just focus very quickly on my, I think, most fundamental takeaway, and I think that is the need to sort of strengthen multilateral coordination. That's one thing that came out, and of course empowering African-led people-centered mediation approaches. That was, I think, brought out yesterday, which is, I think, extremely paramount because we're really leaving out the needs of the people. And I think prioritizing the needs and the interests of the people and finding out their desires is, I think, is extremely essential in tying into the overall process. I think a very good example of that, it may have had its challenges, but a great example of really bringing this down to the people is the Gacaca courts, for example, in Rwanda. You know, this is a way in which, you know, mediation was really felt all the way down to the ground and captured also then, you know, in the overall process. I think one thing I would have definitely liked to have seen discussed here a little bit more significantly is this new frontier that we're experiencing, which is climate stress. You touched on it slightly, but I don't think it has been given the sort of deep dive that we needed to really give it. And that is really this climate-sensitive mediation being integrated into, basically integrating climate adaptation and sort of resource management into the core of peace agreements, and even in peace processes, to prevent this immediate relapse over things like land disputes, water disputes. I mean, we're living in the Horn of Africa, and the Horn of Africa is somewhere that is plagued by climate stresses such as, you know, intense drought or flooding. You know, so these are issues that we know are going to be, you know, very paramount in our neck of the woods. So I think integrating these climate security dynamics, I think, into mediation agendas, especially in situations where, you know, climate stresses are very, very significantly felt, I think will be a very important way forward, I think, for some of these regional organizations such as IGAD to take into account. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, nice and brief and short. Thank you very much. Give them a big hand. They would take leave of us now and go back to their seats. And Haile, you have like 3 things you want to raise. That you come up here, because I want you to come up, and then PM, if you can join us. Come, join us. And Siraj, will you join us? And then we're in the closing session. I'm just following from Abdul, right? So if you give us 2 takeaways, and PM, you have been sitting and listening, if you will give us 2 takeaways that you have that will help us to crystallize, and then Siraj, you will join us for the closing, and then we are done. Haile, you can come to the podium.
I can come to the podium. I could say it's just one.
No, say it on the podium.
Yeah. Thank you. I really don't have anything new to say except to summarize in my own way what has been already said. That we are now existing in an Africa where existing mechanisms to address conflict or to resolve conflict have been weakened to the point where they cannot resolve conflicts adequately. Furthermore, external interference or interests have complicated conflicts facing African nations, African peoples, and therefore the coping mechanisms are further weakened And as a result, conflicts that, mechanisms that has been established, like the UN, like the AU, like IGAD and other regional organizations, find it actually difficult to resolve them through the mechanisms that exist. And therefore, mediation, because there is a breakdown or weakness of the existing mechanisms to address conflict and its results, it is necessary to have an ad hoc. Mediation is an ad hoc process because there are mechanisms already for addressing conflict, but because of their weakness and the complications they face as a result of external interferences, we need mediation. That is the conclusion, really. And an important thing, actually, that was added, mediation alone is not enough, that there has to be mechanisms for follow-up of implementation. And this, in short, is what I think I did.
No, thank you very much. That was a very clear takeaway. Excellency, I give you the platform.
Thank you very much, Basu. I wasn't expecting to speak. Of course, we've been making our comments through the day or the days. But let me start by commending IGAD for making this possible. I think this type of meeting is extremely important. It gives us an opportunity to get away from the formal member states meeting with all its limitations and handicaps, and allow the opportunity for a free, frank, candid exchange of ideas, but also an opportunity to be able to benefit from such a gathering, which is not necessarily available for member states. So I think IGAD leadership is really commended for making this possible. Thank you very much for availing this opportunity for us. I must say also, this is a meeting which was held to address mediation issues in the whole of IGAD, but because of the probably the most serious crisis in the continent today, in my home country, Sudan, Sudan has taken a center stage. So also, thank you very much for all your thinking. Almost every speaker has a word or two to say about Sudan and contribution to what could be helping us to address this. So thank you very much for that. And I would like to emphasize one or two things. I think our African institutions, IGAD and OU and AU, must take lead in resolving our problems. We know their deficiencies, their problems, their shortcomings, but they remain our umbrella organizations that could take lead with the support of others. We are not here denouncing or belittling or thinking that other contributions are not important. In the context of Sudan, I would like to single out two initiatives which have serious promise in addressing our problem. The Quad, with its 4 member states, with the leverage that will bring to this process, but also the Quintet, with its 5 members. I must say also, over the last few months, we're beginning to see some alignment within the Quintet, which is very promising. Let's build on all the previous efforts, whether it's Paris, London, but most importantly, Berlin was a step in the right direction. The consensus that was established there, let's build on it and move forward with this process. I think I don't want to probably repeat what has been a very rich exchange of ideas and reflections and all that. I hope the Secretariat, the organizers have captured all this and shared with us the benefit of getting all the contributions that was made in this successful meeting. But thank you so much for having us here. Thank you.
My brother, is it very pressing? If it's short, it must be very short. Okay, I give you the floor for a very short intervention.
The micro is not helping. So, thank you. Thank you. I think that the Horn of Africa has demonstrated both the promise and pitfalls of African-led mediation. Renewing mediation doctrines requires moving from reactive, ad hoc interventions to systematic, principle-driving frameworks. By embedding ownership, inclusivity, humanitarian priorities, accountability, and collaborative multilateralism, IGAD and the African Union can shape a new era of mediation, one that is proactive, resilient, and capable of guiding societies from conflict towards sustainable peace. Je pense que la conférence, à travers une participation de haut niveau et des échanges de haute facture, a réussi à relever le défi de clarification du concept de la médiation et comment aller de l'avant. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Honorable Fagesa, the Executive Secretary had to go for a very urgent meeting, so Honorable Fagesa will give us the official close down.
Thank you, Vazu. My closing remark is after those very several closing remarks, so it will be very brief. His Excellency Abdullah Hamdok, former Prime Minister of Sudan, Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Blish, your representative, Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues and friends. I have the honor to deliver brief closing remarks on behalf of the Executive Secretary, His Excellency Dr. Workana Gabayo, who apologized for he is unable to be with us at this closing session due to urgent engagements. This is therefore to convey on his behalf his appreciation for all of you for your presence, your commitment, and your thoughtful contributions. This has been highly productive and meaningful conference. The richness of the discussion, the openness of the exchanges, and the depth of insights shared here reflects both seriousness and the commitment to resolve the challenges and our collective commitment to address them. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged honestly with the realities confronting mediation today, its growing complexity, the fragmentation of efforts, and the increasing influence of geopolitical dynamics. Yet, we have also reaffirmed a central truth that mediation should be strategic and that its renewal is both necessary and possible. The Executive Secretary wishes to emphasize that the outcomes of this conference will be of a great value in informing IGAD's strategic direction. They will strengthen our efforts to make mediation more coherent, more effective, and more responsive to the evolving nature of conflict in our region and beyond. Therefore, our conference was not only a reflection for its own sake, but it is a foundation for action. Excellencies, allow me to once again express IGAD's deep appreciation to the government of the people of Kenya for their generosity in hosting this conference. We are also grateful to all facilitators for their valuable contribution and organizers who made this important conference possible. Distinguished participants, as we conclude, I would like to convey the Executive Secretary's message that your insights and contributions will be seriously taken for further action. The task ahead is clear: to reframing and strengthening mediation, make it more effectiveness, and ensure it remains a credible tool for achieving sustainable peace. The Executive Secretary has also requested that I convey to you his intention to have this platform become an annual event with a view to ensuring we are learning on a continuous basis. On behalf of the Executive Secretary, I thank you once again for your engagement, active participation, and a commitment to addressing the current challenges of conflict in our region and beyond. I wish you safe travel back home and a continued success in your efforts toward peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end. Abdul, is that, Abdul puts his hand up. It means it brings